hills of small town Tennessee, there's a mom girl known as Cup of Joy, carefree. With a controller in her hand, she plays Daisy, not searching for love, just virtual fantasy. She ain't dreaming of weddings or a pretty white veil, just the thrill of survival in a digital tale. If love comes around, it'll be on its own, but for now she's content in this gaming zone. Cup of joy, living her way, play until the break of day. If a Prince Charming comes, let him be, but for now it's just her game and Daisy. Hearing the strings of an old country tune while the sun sets behind a digital moon. In a world full of chaos, she's found her stride. In the pixels and prompts, she takes it in stride. She ain't looking for glass slippers or a diamond ring. She's a modern day Cinderella, doing her own thing. Battling zombies by night, working hard by day. In her world the fairy tales come in her own way. Cup of joy, living her way, play until the break of day. If a Prince Charming comes, let him be, but for now it's just her game and Daisy. Cup of joy, living her way, play until the break of day. If a Prince Charming comes, let him be, but for now it's just her game and Daisy. Cup of joy, living her way, play until the break of day. If a Prince Charming comes, let him be, but for now it's just her game and Daisy. But for now it's just her game and Daisy.
Straight to the top, no break, she never stops. Cup of joy, she's one of a kind. She plays Daisy online, beats them all every time. More precious than gold, beautiful like sunrise. In this game, she's so bold. Cup of joy, she's the best. In this game, she will win. That's a fact, no contest. Every move she makes takes her straight to the top. No break, she never stops. Cup of joy, she's the best. In this game, she will win. That's a fact, no contest. No defeat, she's elite. Play, repeat, watch her beat.
But joy enjoys her Daisy, playing games carefree and breezy. She knows someday it'll end. A memory, it'll become them. In 100 years she'll look back, think of the fun that never lacked. Online friends from near and far, shining brightly like a star. Daisy world where friendships bloom. In her heart they found a room. Laughs and thrills, they'll always stay. In the game she loved to play. Sunset skies, endless quests, hidden treasures, passing tests. Every moment etched in time, in this world of pixeled rhyme. Though it may one day fade away, in her soul it'll always stay. Connections made, that's what it's for. A love that lasts forevermore. Daisy world where friendships bloom. In her heart they found a room. Laughs and thrills, they'll always stay. In the game she loved to play. Daisy world where friends.
Hey Chad, thank you for joining me today. Welcome everyone. Let's get started. Okay, I'm getting ready. Turn the sound on. You guys can hear me. So our friend is joining us today. So I'm gonna tap in and out of time. Just so you know. Let's go in and okay. Oh, server's restarted 15 minutes. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna tap out and. Oh, yes, the thing.
Uga buga.
He has that red thing on his face that has to have a gas mask. Okay, I'm gonna tap out and see where our friend is. 1 second. Okay, let's see where our friend is. There he is. Okay.
Hey girl,
Hey, slave.
how's it going?
Good. Hey, so the server's gonna restart. So I'll grab you afterwards, but I'll add you right now. So I think it's Control J, but let me do the.
Yeah,
See it
that's
pop
that.
up.
Yeah,
Okay, 1
go
second.
for it. Yep.
Okay, let's find. Oh, there he is. So. Okay, invited. Now
Girl,
let's
yeah. It says what?
Okay.
I'm in.
Yeah, you're in.
Okay. Oh yeah, now I can see all your marks. I'm at the trader.
You want a battery?
Almost 500 meters away.
I need a 40.
Oh, damn, you're fast.
Oh, look at all the zombies. Oh my god.
Yeah, sure.
So the Z are pretty easy to kill, as long as you don't have a lot of them.
I've got a lot of them.
It's for free. Come follow me. Come follow me.
Oh, and then also on this server, on the restart, as soon as it hits, if you're driving or something like that, you need to stop at 8 minutes. Because
Okay.
that's between 3 and 7. 7 and below, it starts
Oh
kicking
shit! They
you.
can catch you.
They could claw you if you're on top of something. They're a little bit glitchy on here. Sometimes, like,
Oh.
if you're on top of something, they might get on top by accident. Okay, so I'm just gonna hang out here and wait for you. And wait for a restart, and then we'll go. I thought I heard HMAC in here.
He's coming.
Go in here.
That guy had a. That guy? Oh, it's ruined. Damn it. They had a backpack.
Yeah, on all the zombie, everything's ruined. He made it that way.
Oh. Okay. I think I've played on this game before.
On this server?
Yeah, because
Oh.
I'm all geared. I'm all geared. Got
Oh.
bullets.
Damn!
Got guns.
Yeah, okay.
Unless you come with a lot of shit.
No? You must have logged out, huh?
Yep. Because I've got a Scar H. I've got.
Oh
Couple
yeah, you
other
played here
guns.
before then. That's interesting. Oh my god.
I play on a lot of servers.
Yeah,
so
that's nice
it's-
then. Okay, okay.
I don't even know which ones I play on.
Okay, so we need to go,
I'm at the. I'm gonna be going to the Nudvid Trader.
yeah, the teleport, so the warp you inside, there's only one trader. So,
Okay.
yeah, it just depends on what side you come in through. I don't know if you remember that.
That one, right?
I can't
I got
remember
the karambit.
Okay,
in my
I'm right
hand.
behind you.
Are you
Oh,
sure?
there you are.
Well, thank you, sir. That thing is sick.
There.
So you want to check your money right here?
I do appreciate it. Thank you.
We have
I bet you have money
short
too.
one. There is not many in these slots.
I do have a
126,000.
Okay. Okay, so what guns do you have?
I have a Scar H.
nothing
Okay.
at all.
I
I
got
do appreciate you.
use
Thank you very much.
USG 45. I got
Uh-huh.
a TAR 21
Uh-huh.
and a Desert Eagle
Okay,
and
okay.
Hellcat.
Okay.
I
So,
do. I have two. I
what
have a buggy and a
what
truck.
we'll do is we'll fly to base and get you that
Yes, sir.
backpack.
So, but I do appreciate you. I've just been trying to find this battery and
a
I couldn't
gun.
find one, and
then we'll
nobody's
go.
been selling one.
What the hell's the?
So thank you, sir. Now I gotta make 2 blue key
What?
cards.
Yeah.
What the hell's this rubber duck for? Or the
Thank you.
flamingo?
You have
It's
a
a
good one.
flamingo. I know, right? There's only one. I think this one guy found it, and I bought it off of him. There's
Oh,
no
it's
more.
flamingo.
And yeah, there's none. You can't find this flamingo anywhere on the map.
Oh God.
And then I also have this that nobody else has.
The chicken.
Yeah, nobody has a hand except for me. There's only one hand. Who the heck is this? Oh, it's,
I
I
don't know.
don't know.
Mr. Joe. Joe. Okay. Now, this is a trader.
Yeah, just look around. It'll come back. Yeah, we don't want to buy anything right now. Restart is coming.
So you've been on here a long time?
No, probably like almost, I would say, not quite 3 weeks.
Okay.
You know that other server that you were playing with us on, and then
Ye-
you died
Yeah, I was
in the, in the
rage
water?
quit.
Yeah, yeah. So they closed that server down, and so we, after that, I mean, we played for a little bit, and then I decided to leave that server. So we left the server, and then we came over here.
Okay.
But this server is a little bit, I noticed that from the other one, it's a little bit harder to like make money and to start, you know, which is
Yeah.
good.
The one I'm on right now, it's a brand new server.
Uh-huh.
It's a Takistan server. So you got the
Oh,
storms, the
yeah.
all that, and the it is extreme. One day I died 6 times. That's how bad it is.
Oh my God, really?
Really. The wolves
Damn.
are merciless.
Oh.
Like they don't make a somehow, but most of them don't. They come up behind you, and before you know it, you're dead. You just all you see is wolves run around you, and you're dead.
Oh my
Bears are
goodness.
they're crazy. Uh, uh, the Dark Horde is crazy. You know, you got gas, you've got everything I love it because it put the fear of me dying again.
Oh my
You know, like
God.
there's some
Wow.
servers that you just play on, right? It's more or less run around, do everything,
Yeah,
and you don't never die. You
true.
just sort of exist. Once you get your big gun, you know the end game gun, you get your base, you get everything. I usually give it away and carry on to the next server.
Uh-huh.
Well, hell, I just I barely got a 50 cal. It's like, my God, man, this is crazy. There's no
Wow.
all the guns from 308 down.
Uh-huh.
You can't sell, they're garbage. They just
Oh.
you throw them away.
Okay, okay.
They're good to kill zombies, the
Mm-hmm.
little zombies, but I just crashed.
No, no, it restarted.
No, I crashed right down the desktop.
Oh, okay, okay.
That's okay. But
Okay.
anyway, it is unfreaking nuts. And you don't make, like you say, to get started,
Uh-huh.
it's crazy. No helicopters.
Oh, wow.
You can get cars, but no helicopters. Um, because it's a small map. It's not a big map for helicopters. And you start driving a helicopter and you hit a storm, like a storm, you're blinded. Like you can't see shit.
Damn.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is awesome. I because it puts. I like it when I can die.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know, it's when you run around and there's no dying.
Yeah, you
You're
need
just
at least
sort of,
one server like that to play on.
yeah, and like I think I found it. It's like I died like 6 times. It's like what the. I, I, this is how crazy it is. I was running to a trader. I ran over a hill, got uh, hit by wolves. I killed the wolves, but my blood is really low, right? So I keep going, and what happens? I hit bears. I die. So I'm dead. So
Oh.
I respawn,
Uh-huh.
run back to my body. Freaking bears come again. So I lay down, and they hit me once, knocked me out, cut me, but I don't die. But my blood is back to where it's red. By the time I woke up, my blood was red. I bandaged. The bears have moved on. I snuck away, running back to my body, and the wolves attacked me again. I died. And if you die the second time, all the stuff that you had on your first body, when you respawn, disappears.
Wow.
So if you die on your way to your body, once you respawn that what would be the second time, your
Yeah,
first
yeah,
body
I know what you're talking about. Yes.
your first body disappears. So all your shit
Oh.
that you run back for disappears, and your body bag is on the the other one you died of.
Yeah, yeah, the second one. Okay.
Right. There's a trick. I got a guy, a player, to run. He was close. Like I ask anybody close to here. He says, "Yeah, I'm close." He says, "Can you go pick up my body bag?" So
Oh.
he ran. He picked up my body bag in his hands, and then if you respawn, like on that server, and someone's holding your body bag, he gets to keep all the stuff in the body bag. It's like his inventory.
Oh, okay.
So I can respawn, run back. He just gives me my body bag back, and I get my shit back. But if I would have respawned that second time, I would have died. All my shit would have been gone.
Damn.
You got to go to get to the black market. You have to kill the dark horde
Oh, okay. Is it night
because
or daytime? It doesn't matter. It's
it
hard.
doesn't matter. It's hard.
Okay.
You kill the hard dark horde, and he's full of loot like Chatex and diamonds and crystals and all this shit. And he has a punch card. That's the only place to get a punch card.
Oh, okay. So once he's dead, then you could. That's the card, and then you could go in.
Then you take that, and it's good for 5 times
Oh, okay. Okay.
that one card. But it's one time in, one time out. So there's 2 gone.
Ah.
So
Interesting.
yeah. So what happens is you get down to where your punch card is worth 1 time.
Damn. Okay.
So then you got to find another player that's got a punch card worth 1 time. And like once you open the door, it only opened for like about 3 minutes, 4 minutes, but as many people as can go in it. So if you're in a group, you only have one punch card, you all can go in.
Yeah, that's the way to do it, huh?
Yeah. So you got, say, you go get 5 guys, you go kill the dark horde, you get the punch card, then you go from there, then you go to the black market, use the punch card. All 5 of you go in, do you whatever you need, buy all the ammo you need, blah blah blah, and then you come out on that one card. Black market is the only place you can sell guns, and the only guns that you can sell is 338 and higher.
Ooh. Interesting.
Yeah. So it's it's very difficult, but once you get the hang of it, you don't even pick up these
Little
smaller,
guns. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, the smaller
Exactly.
guns.
Yeah.
You don't even, once you see, like I use Scar H
Mhm.
for just the normal zombies. I use the Kavari for the wolves, and I use my 50 cal for bears.
Okay. Okay.
And you run around and you set up, you get caught in a storm, right?
Mhm.
You put up your tent. You always carry a tent with you, and
Oh
then you
god.
just put up your tent and you go inside, and the storm don't affect you
Just wait it
because
out.
just wait it out. Do your inventory or whatever, eat, cook, whatever, and then the storms pass, away you go again. Or you can just stay in the go if you've got lots of food, lots of water, just stay out in the storm, out in the storm, eating, because it does drain your water, it drains your food, it drains your health. But if you keep your health and your food up, your health stays up.
Oh, okay.
It increases your your usage of all that. Oh shit, I gotta do this again. I
Okay.
gotta
I'm
find
in.
iconic. Icon.
There you go, chat. We're in. We just gotta wait for
Yeah.
slave.
Whoa. Okay. And the people are are very nice. It's what
Oh,
is it
good.
called? It's a Germans. It's a bunch of Norwegians that put it on, and they are. It's out of Germany, and I can play on it fine. Like it seems like it doesn't make any difference.
Oh, that's good.
So yeah,
Yeah.
it was pretty awesome. The people are nice.
How's your connection to DayZ these days?
Good.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I play all over. I've been all over Cup. You know me. I'm like a tumbleweed.
Yeah, yeah. How do you like that Exile server? Which one did you do on Exile?
I I did about three of them. I've got a
Okay.
guy on Nightmare.
Mhm.
Nightmare.
Oh, okay. I haven't been on that one.
I've
I'm
been on
on.
there.
Let's see.
It is I'm there, but it is pay to play.
It is. It is.
Yep.
I have to say that server. It's like that. Hey, how's your food?
I've got a bunch of fish.
Okay, okay. We're good then.
Got
Okay.
sardines. Yeah, I got one, two, three
Do
fish.
you need a pot and a gas stove or no?
No, they're cooked already. The fishes are cooked. I
No.
did a campfire.
Okay. I know. I meant. Do you need to? We need to get you one on.
I don't have one, but I just you make a campfire.
Okay. Let me grab one for you. It's cheap, so.
Oh, I got $126,000. I can go buy shit.
Okay. So
I don't know where
grab
everything
some
is.
money here.
Okay.
And then follow me. I don't know if you remember.
No, I don't.
Okay. Back to the well.
Withdraw. Okay.
Okay. Right here. So just buy the gas stove and the cooking pot and the gas canister. I think one of them is the most expensive of 1,000, and then the other two items should be really cheap. That way you could fill up your water here with the cooking pot before we leave. Okay, so I'm gonna put
Okay.
you wanna fill your cooking pot up with water?
Oh, I got two canteens.
Okay, okay.
I'm gonna go. Where do I sell guns?
In here. See that tent right here? The yellow medical tent? Go
Mhm.
through it. And then to the right.
Oh, here.
And then of course they have the black market, so all the epic guns, anything that says epic, it's purple on it. Don't sell here, just the regular ones.
Okay.
Do you need ammo too? The
No, I
308?
got.
Okay.
I got nuts.
Okay, my voice is on. I totally forgot to check that. Okay, you guys are on.
Accessories. This must be accessories. Attachments, yep.
Then you have other stuff to sell too, right?
Yeah.
So it's out of your inventory. Okay, we'll go to each of them. Oh, H-Max said he lost 130 slots of buds. How? Hmm. Okay, so I need to put this away in the car. What else do I need to put away? Oh, I need to put this away too.
There's no suppressors?
No, but sometimes they sell it. I'll take you over there. Let's see if you need to sell anything over here.
Let's see what I got. What have I got left?
So this thing right here has tool and base building. So if you need to sell anything, see if anything's sellable over here. The tools and base, and if you have books and I forget what else is over there. Yeah, those two. I'm just gonna put this in my car real quick.
Okay.
You want to keep your map?
I don't know. You think I have a map?
Oh, you don't have a map?
No.
Okay, hold on. I think let me check.
You just sold the Bible.
Yeah. Okay, so I think I have an old one. Doesn't matter. So where did I put it? Chad, you saw me put that map down. Map and compass. Map and compass. Oh.
Okay.
Put this food down. On my blind. Okay, here's the map. Okay.
Hello.
See if he has a compass.
Is there a place to bake your food?
Does this count as a compass?
What?
Or does it have to be this one? Does that go in there too? No, it doesn't. Okay, so it has to be this one, I assume. Do I have a compass for him?
I thought there was, guess not.
Oh, here it is. There it is. Okay, store that.
You want this HKG28 gun I got? I don't need it. It's yours.
Thank you, brother.
I got it. Okay. And then straight ahead, right there is P2P. It's like a swap meet. So people sell their stuff here. Will you warp through? And then there's booth set up everywhere, and then you know that's where they sell the items. Oh, let's go over here. Sometimes he has a suppressor for you. Okay, let's see if he has a suppressor. Oh, darn, his suppressor all gone. Darn it. Oh, well. I might have one at base.
Should I just buy this bag?
No, I have a bag for you.
Okay.
Here, slave. Take this map and this compass. Because, the map, that way you have a map. And then if you press, you know how you press, is it B? So that you get the mini map. Since you have the compass now, it'll show.
Okay.
No, most people throw the maps away.
Yeah.
I need to delete some of this marker chat. Do you need anything here? Anything else before we leave,
Nope. I'm
trader?
gonna put my money away.
Okay. Let me delete some of this marker. There we go. Okay, we're gonna go out this side. Sometimes there's a zombie on this side. Hey, slave, you could go all the way up there and wait for me. I forgot to grab the key, so I'm gonna grab the key.
Okay.
So I have some, okay, so I need to grab, we're gonna go to, yellow. Okay. Darn, I can't do blue. Okay, so I have a red key. So I have 2 red keys. So we'll go to yellow. And that's all. We can't go to blue because I can't make it yet. I don't have all the supplies to make blue. Do I have anything here that he needs? Go ahead and store that. So what's everybody doing on a Saturday? Oh, you know, look at that battery right there. Let me go buy another battery.
Okay.
Just in case. It's low end. Just in case. We don't want to. I think is it? Let's get 8,000. I think it's 7,000, right? Yep, 7. Okie dokie. We'll charge the other one when we get to base. I have a charger, so. Oh, oh, darn, my settings off.
Oh. Are you stuck in the...
No, I'm just gonna do my setting real quick.
Okay.
You have to use the ranch. Let me get out. I think you can't get out though.
No.
Something's not right. Hold on, let me look at my setting again. I don't know what's wrong. I'm gonna try one more time.
Okay.
Okay, it's working now. That's so weird. They impound cars a lot here, so just in case.
Okay.
Try trying to switch this battery. Okay, let's charge that. Okay. Let's see. He needs the backpack. Okay, so he needs that. Slave, do you want blue or do you want like a fall color? Brown, black.
What's that?
Oh, come over here to this hunting cabin. Silent lives over there. I live in the cabin next door, right here.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so look in here. See the NBC? There's a blue one, and scroll all the way to the bottom. There's a fall one.
Oh, okay.
So which one do you want?
I'll just take the fall one.
Okay, so so switch into that instead of your gear. And here's the backpack. Let me drop the backpack first. That way you have room. And yeah, so take that and change that, and then keep the gas mask on you. Let me see. Let me bring one of these gas masks. Wait, this one's damaged. This purple one, okay. Here, that way you have 2 gas masks. And then on the bottom, I'm gonna put a belt. So where that belt has 130 slots. So that will give you 130. Yeah, and then just
Oh, it doesn't give you a place for canteen.
no,
gun
but
and
it gives you 130 slots.
Oh, slots.
Yeah,
Okay, so
yeah.
I can just put that in there.
Yeah, so switch your clothes first. And
Okay.
then let me find you night vision. Okay, this one is good. While you're doing that.
Okay, so let's.
What the hell? I'm just gonna check and see if he doesn't hit my heli. Restore my heli. Hey, why? Oh my god, it's been forever, why? Happy, happy, happy day. Why's here? Why? I miss you. How are you? Yay, you're here. I think I streamed like 2 days ago or something like that, but just for a little bit. I know I haven't been on in a while. I hope you're doing well. Tell me what's happening with you. How are you? What's going on? Anything fun? Saturday? Okay, oh, you know what? I'm not wearing this this thing right here. This tube is gonna go in here. I'm gonna wear my belt because I need the slots when we go. Okay. That goes to slave. Okay, so he needs that. What else? Okay, he needs this and one of this. Long weekend? What does that mean exactly? Okay, so he needs one of this. Do you have bandage, slave?
What's that?
Do you have bandage?
Yeah, I've got a bunch of them.
Okay, what about vitamins?
No. Nope.
Okay, so I'll grab one of those for you. You don't need... Okay. Okay, I got an IV for you. Do you have a blood thing yet or not yet?
Blood IV?
IV and blood?
No.
Okay, so I'll grab those. Okay. I'll drop this here, right here for you, slave. Yeah, 3 days weekend, right? Exactly. Yeah, this is a cool server. I like it. It's a little bit hard. They're gonna wipe though when the update is at 1.26, right? 126, whatever. So there's the vest, and let me put this stuff in the vest for you. So there's your IV. You need to do your blood, your vitamin. There's a duct tape for your MVG just in case. And you know your 308 gun that you have on you, slave?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
swap this. You could leave that one in the cupboard and then swap it with this one right here with this magazine. So you have 2 magazines. Yeah, this one's better.
Why?
It just kills the bears better. It does kill bear, but takes more. But it kills better than the scar.
Oh, okay.
That's the only reason.
Okay, so I should just leave my scar ammo and everything here?
Well, the ammo you could keep,
Yeah, the
but
mags.
the mags, yeah. Just, you could put in here, just anywhere
Okay.
that fits on the top.
Okay. Where are they? Oh, they're back over here. Put them in the vest already.
Yeah, so you wear that vest. And then anything you want to leave, you could just put it in any of the lockers. It doesn't matter where it goes. And then I have night vision for you also, so you could leave whatever night vision you have.
Okay.
What night vision do you have? Or do you just have the
just got a, yeah, just the.
universal?
No, I have the flashlight.
Okay, okay. So
Head torch.
okay, you can leave that.
Take my food. Patches.
But yeah, they're gonna wipe this server, so I don't know if I'm gonna come back or
All my
you know
rest of my
yet
clothes.
on this server. I don't know. We'll see. I've been trying to get one of my friends to come in here, but he's been like,
Screw up your inventory here.
I don't know, so
Put
busy.
these clothes in here.
You know who you are. You've been so busy. Doesn't got
I'll just leave
time.
them on the floor.
And then the server's gonna wipe, and you're not gonna be able to try the server with me. Okay, here.
All right.
There's your night
Take
vision,
this
and
out.
the battery is already in the.
Okay.
Let's see. So you got the gun. So you could use that gun for zombie and for bears.
Okay, I'm gonna. Oh, I forgot to leave
And
the
I
gun there.
think I have. A 408 over here. Let me check, just in case. But they're all bolt action though. Do you want a Chai Tech or do you want a? Is a Mars 338? Mars is 338. The Barrett is 338. Kavari is 338. Yeah, just the Chai Tech. Do you want the Chai 408 just in case? Silent.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, take the Chai Tech. And it has a magazine in there already. Just in case. But it's bolt action. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Fourth one.
No, that's if it's. Oh, I'm going maybe from the other end.
Yeah, just in case something you needed for the bear. So take that Chai Tech, comes with the magazine already, and then let's go over here and give you some 408 ammo. It should be in here. So just grab, yeah, just grab them. Is there another magazine here for you?
338. I don't see no 300s.
No, just the, yeah. Just take the ammo. You see the ammo though, right? The 408.
308.
It's right below your gun, your FAL.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you just have one magazine.
It's okay.
Yeah, just for now. Well, maybe we'll find another one. Yeah, take us, yeah. Because you could get those, so.
Right.
Just in case something happens. I just don't like it. It's bolt action, and on here, suppressor is sucky. Oh, does that have a suppressor on it already?
Nope.
Let's see. Oh, try one of these suppressor. There's a universal and there's a, is it corridor? Whatever it is.
Does it fit? No. That one fits.
Does that fit?
Yep.
Okay, okay, good. You want to keep these or throw these away?
Can I
These close?
steal?
Yeah, whatever you want to take. I was just making sure you had one big gun, even though it's bulk action.
That backs like that.
Wait, you want me to leave these close here?
Yeah.
These rookie close? I'll put it in here. Okay. Let's see. Here, let me give you another gas mask just in case, so you have 3.
I got 2. Okay.
Yeah. It usually takes 1 only, but I like to swap it once I get to the like to the BM on the way out.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go to airfield first. We're gonna open the yellow.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, let me mark it on the map. Okay, so airfield's here. I think yellow is here somewhere. We are, let's see. Oh, I'm sorry, why? The server is called Iconic PVE. Iconic. Oh, you know what? I totally forgot. Why? Do you play DayZ? I forgot. Do you play DayZ or not? I can't wait till my friend's server is ready. That's the server I'm gonna probably be on the most. I don't know. I love all the servers we find, but I don't know, just sometimes it just gets to me. Like, it's like sometimes like there's certain things about it that just bothers me, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to play on this server anymore. Hey, a little FYI for server owners. If you have a server, please don't be mean to the people who play there. Seriously. Don't talk about them, like, you know, in chat. Just don't. Because, you know, people come to play DayZ. They didn't come to get bashed on and stuff like that. Everybody has a story. So you gotta be kind to everyone, you know? Just be kind. I know sometimes your days are long and, you know, you have all this stuff you're doing, but, you know, without the people, it would just be you. You know, right? So be kind to players. Thank them for coming. I gotta find the yellow. Okay, so on the zombie, they have stuff on them. That's how it is with the server. What is it? Yeah, I'm gonna open the door. Oh. Let me reload first.
Yep.
Okay, so I only been here once, say, and there's when I opened, there's bears and invisible ghosts too. Okay.
When you open it?
Yeah.
So can they climb?
The bears could jump, but I think there's only one bear that comes through. normally. And oh, there's people here too, so which is good, right? See the clowns? There's clowns.
Oh, the killer clowns?
Yeah, see that clown over there? Did somebody already open yellow? Why are there clowns over there? You see that field with all that stuff on there?
Yeah.
Why are they over there? That's weird. I've never seen that before.
Not open.
Oh, it's opened?
Oh, there's more. There's 4 yellows.
Yeah, they're all the yellows are here. So you just pick one.
Yeah, there's one that's not open.
Oh, all 3 are open?
No, just one is. I just checked one.
Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and head over there.
Should I stay here?
Yeah, just stay there, I guess.
Okay.
But they're gonna come around here though, over here more, okay?
Okay. So go upstairs
So when I
open.
open it, I'm gonna run out here and just keep an eye out for me too.
Yep.
I don't know. I wonder if they come inside if I close the door. I don't know.
Try.
I'm gonna run out though.
Run out or go upstairs.
You hear that bear?
Oh, yeah, but I don't know where the hell he is. I don't see him. That's a long way away. Did you open it?
No, I was checking upstairs first.
Oh, okay. Because that bear is quite a ways away.
Okay,
I don't know
okay.
where he is.
I think I'm gonna jump on the 2nd floor.
Okay.
Once I open it.
Oh, there he is.
Okay. He is
He's
near
not
us?
that far. Yeah. He's maybe 150 yards.
Okay, I'm gonna open it.
How hard are they to kill? He's walking away, so.
Okay. I'm gonna see if I could stay in here.
Oh, there's a zombie coming. He's dead. There's a killer clown. Oh, wolf. Okay, he's dead.
Okay, I hear a bear.
Yeah, that's a bear. He's still walking away. I don't see no bear. I see the one bear. Oh, there's a clown there. Just
Okay.
dead.
What about that bear? No?
Oh, he's going to somebody else.
Okay, I'm gonna come out and run to you, okay?
Okay.
Okay. There's something invisible next to me.
I don't see him. Oh, there.
Oh my god. Okay. We didn't get a bear at all?
There's a bear over there. See?
Oh, okay, okay. I want and a clown right there.
I've killed the clowns. Shoot the bear. Are you shooting the bear?
Yeah, I'm shooting the bear, but he's not. Here he comes. Okay, So that pelt is really good money. Okay, right there on your right. There was an invisible thing on your right. So we need to carve that bear. You see helium? Is
Yeah, I
that
hear him.
right there? Next to you,
Where is
right?
he? I don't see him. Is he inside the can?
No, I didn't open it. Okay. Go cut that bear up.
Yeah.
Oh, it's that one, right? Okay, it's that guy right there. Okay. I'm gonna cut this wall. Hey, agent! I didn't see you come in. Sorry, I was busy. Look, trying to not die. What's going on over here? Oh, that truck is gone. Oh no, it's still there.
I don't know.
There's a lot going on here, huh?
Yeah, there's lots of people shooting.
Should we loot this building? What do you think?
Did you take the stuff out of that?
Yeah, I did. I took all of it.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna do the tents.
Okay, you do the tents. I'll go to the right the right side of you.
That was quick.
You see this invisible guy right here? Where did he go? They're here, right here. Does he have anything? Nope. You're looking? Agent, it's good to see you. It's been a while. Damn, I didn't want this shirt.
Okay,
Okay.
what's the next plan?
Let's see. I need to put all this in here. Let's see. Let's have a Tisy key. Let me put some of this stuff inside the heli first. Wait.
Is Tizzy gassed?
No, it's not.
Okay.
BM is though.
Okay.
Have you heard about the wipe win and anything like that? Because I haven't.
No, either have I. I would imagine it's coming fairly quickly.
Yeah, everybody, a lot of people left here, but it looks like some of my friends left already, and it's like when I first started, they were here like for the first week I was here only, and it's still going, so I don't know. They're out of luck.
I got a sneaking suspicion it'll be somewhere in the first part of October.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
So like
I think the last one was in October.
Not only that, but Bohemia likes Tuesday. Except for last year. They always do a Tuesday.
This is blue?
Let me go up so you can see it.
Yeah.
Okay, you
Blue
see the
key.
blue right there? We're not doing blue. Right below us.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Let's see. Um, is it those rocks right there? Yeah, those. See the rocks on the left?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those right there.
Okay.
And there should be like either 1 or 2 bears there.
Okay. Just hang on. I'm gonna reload
Yeah, I need to do that too before going in.
because this mag is half empty. Let's put that there. That mag go there. No, here comes the wolves. Watch the wolves. They're howling.
Yeah, I'm coming.
That's Where'd you go, Cup? Oh, okay.
Down here. I'm just putting
Yeah,
some
I
more
see it.
stuff away.
I see it.
They're taking their sweet time, so.
Mm-hmm.
Really? 1? I
I
guess
thought there was
so.
2.
Oh,
One
did you see
coming
2?
from that direction. I thought there was one from that direction unless he came all the way around. Pretty minor.
Okay.
I hear a bear. Someone else is here.
See that small beef?
Yeah.
You just cut it one more time.
Mm-hmm.
and then you put it in your inventory to sell. Don't cut it all the way to the meat,
Okay.
because the meat don't sell. Yeah, and then you
Oh.
sell those. Yep,
Okay.
that's how they do it on the server anyway.
Oh shit, I'm bleeding.
Okay, well, I'm gonna loot this real quick.
Yeah.
It's I hate finding this right here. Okay. So this is blue, the safe store, which I have a key for, but I haven't. On here, you have to make a you have to craft the key. Should we move on?
Oh, I thought you were gonna do. Oh no, we got to do the rocks.
Yeah, red. This area always has a lot of Zed.
Yeah, probably. Hard to see him. Oh shit, bear. There's 3 more. Get up, what's up?
That yellow's good money. There's 2 over there.
Yeah.
Can we call them?
Sure, like this.
Okay, call them.
Here they come.
Okay, okay.
Ow!
He jumped. Where did he go? Behind you. Okay, the rest is just stupid there. I'm gonna reload.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, got those bears. Money.
You're gonna have to take all this stuff. Do we take the bear meat
Yeah, yeah, cut it like you did earlier, you know?
in two?
And then the
Okay.
the
you
pelt
take all
stack.
that.
See the pelt
Okay.
they stack. Do you have more room?
Nope.
Oh,
Take
okay,
all
okay.
this.
We should cut that yellow one.
Where is it? There it is.
At least take the pelts, because you could stack the pelts. Okay, see if you could stack that pelt with your pelt.
I don't have any pelts.
Oh, okay, okay.
I put it in the
Oh, okay, okay.
I just took guns.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that this? I thought there. That was just 4? Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna close that, huh? So there's 3, and then you just pick which one you want.
Okay.
Pick this one. They said there's an upstairs too, so I have never been upstairs. So see if you could find, when we get in, find a
Way up?
ladder.
Okay.
Okay, opening.
Right here. Oh, there's a box here.
Yeah, there should be one upstairs and one down here.
Yeah.
Go
Oh,
ahead and
cool.
take the stuff upstairs.
I can't get. How do you open it? You need a key, don't you?
No.
Oh. Okay, let's see if we can do it. Oh yeah. No, I can open it.
Yeah. So,
Night vision.
yeah.
Copper. Okay.
No wonder I didn't see it. That ladder is so dark, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Slade, don't you think this would be perfect for like a turret? Before
A
you
what?
put a turret, you know the thing?
Oh,
yeah,
yep.
right?
Like right about right about behind this tree.
Yeah, so I'm right here and I could like peek, right?
Yeah. But you know what that happened?
Yeah.
See, it's got these bars here. Guys could shoot through the bars before.
Oh, yeah, but still, wouldn't it hit them?
No, yeah, I would imagine.
Did you want to loot here or you out of room, huh?
I'm out of room. I got a bunch of guns.
Okay. Let's go back to trader.
Oh, I hear more bears. I can see in this tall grass.
So on here they can follow you. I don't want them to follow us. I think we lost them, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody is here also. Let's see, where is... Why isn't my trader showing?
It's in yellow.
Chad, I was gonna do a road trip because I wasn't sure if Slade was gonna come in with me or not. If he was, and so I'm really happy he came in. Yeah, so we're just running around, doing all the hard stuff that you need 2 people to do. Wow, this lag.
Somebody's base or oh, the trader.
Yeah, the trader.
There at the heli.
Open the door. Is the hunter trader here?
Yeah, everything's here.
Okay.
Did you? Oh, okay. You're gonna leave your guns in here for now?
Oh, that's all I could. I got everything.
Okay.
I'm full.
Okay, we'll come
Come back.
I'm just gonna store it because they will
Okay.
impound it. I have to be the last driver.
Nothing to it, bro.
Yeah, pretty easy.
Over here. Oh, you don't want to throw this away. Somebody threw that away. That's treasure for us, trash for them. Let's go right here.
Oh, fuck, you're golden.
Want to get the rest of your stuff there?
Yeah, I'm done. All my guns are black. That's black market guns.
Okay. Oh, I think there's one up here that's not though, right? Let me look. I'm gonna go up the heli. Two, three, four. No, all these are regular market, Slave.
Where are you? I'm
In
at
the
the
heli.
helipad.
On top.
I'm at the helipad. I can't see it.
Oh, I'm on the other side. One on the other side. You know how you could enter
Well,
through two doors?
yeah.
Yeah, go to the other door. On the other side, sorry. Yeah, all your guns. I think this this top one's mine. Everything else is yours. Yeah, all these are regular guns.
Okay. This one. Oh, there you are.
So you can sell all those here.
Yeah, I'll put these in here. All right, there's this one that doesn't sell. It's purple. And this one, purple. This one is purple. Stop. And the top one, I don't know. Oh, there. Okay. Anything else in there?
Putting some of my stuff in here.
Okay.
open our box. We got a box. Let's see what's inside our box. Open. We got a present. Oh. Ooh, we got. Okay, is this? This is the iconic one only. Damn it. Okay. So I could sell this set. Okay, let's go and put this into the truck. All this in the truck. I'm just putting stuff in my truck that I shouldn't be carrying. Did they say they're going to black market? I wasn't paying attention at all.
Oh, I didn't.
This
hear
is like
it.
the other one where you go to black market with other people. Slave, do you have a vehicle yet? We should just get you a vehicle so you could store all the stuff you don't want to carry around.
Oh, I'm good.
That's what people do.
I don't really store a lot.
They just left me out. Darn it, just as we got back.
Oh.
Yeah. Let's see. You know what I forgot to do, Slave? I had 2 red keys.
Oh no.
Forgot to open the other one too. Oh, well.
That?
Okay, let me look at the map. So we did Tisy, we did airfield. I can't do blue because like you have to craft the key, and I don't have all the stuff to craft it.
Okay.
Oh, you know where I want to go that I haven't been to yet? You know that Krasno military?
Krasno military.
Krasno.
Uh,
We're Silvergratz, to the right of Silvergratz. Above Berezino.
oh, you mean the airfield?
Yeah, the airfield. I haven't been to that airfield at all.
Oh, well,
You wanna try it?
sure.
Okay, let me mark it. Cause for some reason on all the other server I usually go, but for this one I haven't gone yet. Let's do. Okay, I marked it.
Oh, excuse me.
Let's see who's closer. Which side is closer? Not or. Okay, Devil's Castle entrance is closer. Oh, do you need to eat and get water before we leave?
No, I did that already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me put some of this in my vehicle.
Okay.
Do you want to store some of the stuff in the car?
Pink. You had to know.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see. In between, there's room in between right there. Let me. Okay, you do that one. I'm gonna grab the other one.
This one. Okay.
I know my stuff is like all over the place. So on here, they don't let you have a lot of storage at your base. So this is what people do. They just buy the vehicle.
Uh-huh.
And then they use it as storage.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's like And then they leave it here. So when they go to black market, they just pull out their car and then take all the guns out,
Mm-hmm.
and then run to black market. Oh, the parking meters are not linked.
Oh, so you have to come here.
So if you leave
wherever you're parking.
wherever you park it. So let's say how we went to our base.
Mm-hmm.
So if we went somewhere, we have to go back to grab.
Okay.
I don't know why they do it like that. I assume just to make things harder.
Mm-hmm.
Have to be the last one. Okay, store that. Slave, give me a second real quick.
Sure.
Sorry, chat. Give me 1 second, chat. Give me a second. Okay. Sorry, Chad. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I'm gonna have to leave.
Oh, okay, okay. That's fine.
But I'll bounce here and I'll pick up later.
Okay, okay, okay. Are you coming
All right.
back, you think, or no?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Okay.
Okay, so since he's doing that, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do a road trip. Chat. Let's do a road trip. So let's go in here.
Individual pills. I happen to show you, but
I
divide vitamins into individual. You just right click on it and then you can divide each one so you have individual pill bottles. And
Let's
one
go on
pill
a
bottle,
road trip.
or
We're gonna
a
get
pill
to
bottle
do
with
a road
one
trip
in it will
now.
make 10 small plastic sheets.
Oh, I dropped it on
okay,
the floor.
sick.
Yeah. You don't want to use skate helmets or anything like that because they're way too big for the inventory and they only provide you with the same 10.
Yeah. Well, sick. I appreciate all the help.
You're welcome. Don't forget that garage kit.
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
We have this pants, but that's
Nice.
fine.
So when you plant it down, it's just going to ask
Okay,
you to
road
set a
trip it
spawn
is.
point, and you'll see
Okay.
in the options.
Is that Joey? Yeah, that's Joey.
Yeah, if you have any troubles,
Awesome.
hit me up or just shout out in chat.
All right, bet. Appreciate it.
Hey, there's Cuppa. What's up, Cuppa? Trying to go to BM. Look, there's
went
Dino.
without me.
I didn't even know you were in the server. I just logged on and I ran into that guy and he's like, hey.
I know. I need to go to BM.
Oh yeah, I went with him and.
I don't
Well,
wanna...
Dino's going right now.
Yeah, but I don't
and
wanna...
Visual.
I don't want to go unless I know someone, because if I, you know, I need protection.
That's fair. That's fair. Marduk,
Right?
he's a big, strong man.
Are you selling those?
He
Why
waves.
did you drop your stuff right there for? Are you selling it?
Bitcoin, a blister pack, and 2 weed bags. Damn.
Thank you. Hey, who just gave us that? Sophia.
No use for it. Sophia, don't do that.
Last driver, yeah.
You have use for money.
Sophia, do you need some money?
Marduk just takes it, eh? What a
Sophia,
fucking... Give her some money, bro.
Sophia, do you need money? What do you need, Sophia?
A Bitcoin.
Trading is stressful.
A Bitcoin, that should be 80k.
Okay.
They're about 110 to 150, bro.
Sophia.
Well, it's really hard to sell them right now, but yeah.
What do you
Bitcoin?
need?
They're 110 to 150 Bitcoins, though.
Yeah, but it's hard to sell them at that price because there's not really many
right
people
now,
crafting anymore because we're
people
near
not.
the end.
Like one guy sold 2 Bitcoin for 100K and I didn't buy it.
Well, he just got it.
There's a weed on the floor, whoever's put that there.
Do you have food, Sophia?
I'm a little bit longer, babe. Be the big sister, okay?
You have food, right?
George just nutted it, man. Yoink.
No, I don't need it.
Whose is it? Whose is the brick?
Sophia's.
Does she not want it?
Do you,
Should give her some money for it.
Okay, let me give you some food.
Money? It's not even worth much.
Well,
Don't even
she's
know
a
how much it
freshman,
is.
just give- What is
Yes,
it?
Bro,
Sophia.
I'm broke myself.
Pick up that food.
She can have it back. I'm broke, man.
Okay.
I might have some good stuff, but I'm broke.
I'm trying to think if you're fresh.
Just give a car away.
You need food. She has a
I'm gonna go
backpack.
store more shit.
She has a vest.
Has anyone
Where'd
else
that
got any
brick-
more pliers?
Where'd that brick of weed go? Here,
Any more
Sophie, I'm gonna drop
pliers?
some.
They're
I'm gonna
badly
drop some money
damaged.
for you for the brick.
Yeah, they only got one use. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
take them. Did,
Pick up
did you
the
take
money,
the money,
Sophia.
Okay, take the money.
They're
There you
only
go.
used for taking
And then
car locks
store
off.
your money in the ATM. Put your money in the ATM.
Yeah, you can put it in right
Oh,
here.
I
hold
wanna
on,
do.
let me find them. There.
What else
So
do you
much
have
crap.
to sell, Sophia? You have a red key by
Thank
chance?
you, bro.
Yeah, do you
Got
have a red key?
All freshies have red keys.
Why? Why do they have red keys?
Beginner's luck.
Oh,
Okay, Sophia. Well, it was nice meeting you.
thank you.
Maybe get your mic up and running next time.
Yeah, no mic, no life.
Welcome. Yeah, welcome to Iconic.
Just kidding.
Yeah, I don't know. I just emptied myself from the BM, but I'm gonna go do another run and kit up and get ready for another BM run.
Where are you going?
I don't know. I might go to Troit's, Tisy, Griffey.
Joey, give me a hand a sec.
What do you need, bro?
Bro, this guy gave me a truck, right? I'm pretty
Uh-huh.
sure the lock was still on it, but I'm pretty sure he took it off, but I can't put another one on for some reason.
Wait, does he sound British?
I can't figure it out. There's the car lock. Got the pliers there, but it's not fucking taking it.
Push you.
You?
Yeah. You already got one on there, bro.
Someone's taking it. Wait, what?
There's a code lock on the right.
Oh, bro.
You already have a code lock on it, bro.
Yeah, but I can't use it.
What do you mean? You have the access.
I don't.
Can you open it?
I don't
You
have
just
it now.
unlocked it.
Unlock it. You.
I can't. No,
Push you.
can't.
Push you.
Can't.
Push you.
It's not
You
letting
just
me.
locked
It's
it,
not
bro.
letting me.
So
I
who's
didn't
the
lock
other guy
it.
that
Somebody
did-
else did.
Oh, somebody else
This
did?
guy did then.
Oh.
George
I don't know.
Came over here.
No, I don't know who did it.
I was the one
Somebody
shooting my
was
depot,
standing
what the
right
fuck?
here. Where'd you get the car from?
Yeah, who gave you the car?
Some foreign guy earlier. I can store it. Look, watch. See?
What storage was that? Was it group storage or was it personal?
No, it's my personal
I
one.
don't think there's group storage.
There is.
Yeah, but I don't think
Okay,
it
bring
works.
it back out.
Okay. See if you
And now
could use the
tap you.
ply on it and to take out the old one.
You don't work. You brings up the tab for the group
No, the pliers.
names.
The pliers. Put it in your hand, see if you could take it out. No?
No, it's not working.
Oh, that guy
No.
has to take it out for you, I think.
Yeah,
Or
he's
give
not
you,
online.
or
He's
give
quit.
you the lock.
Where'd he go?
Open lock
He
menu.
quit the game. That's why he gave me all his stuff.
Wait, is he still online though? Look. Look at the name.
So confused.
He left ages ago. He said the code was
How are you
0000, but it's saying set code for some reason.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a
Give me
new
the
code.
pliers.
Put in a new code.
I already tried it. It's not work.
Oh, damn. I don't know.
Maybe I'll just write a ticket and get admin to help. Maybe they can help.
How many zeros did he say it was?
I think you have to put in all of them, don't you?
All 8? Not it.
Yeah, it's not working.
Huh.
Joey, are you selling a 40 battery, 4V, 40V? Or have
I
a
don't have
spare?
one
I
of them.
got rid of all my blue chip stuff now.
Oh, because I need to make a blue chip and I don't have all the stuff for it.
I'll make a ticket in Discord, see if an admin can remove it for me.
Yeah,
Yes.
do that.
Well, there's no more tickets. There's no more
Oh,
tickets. They
just-
won't. You can't even make one.
Just type in Discord in server chat. They're usually active and
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just type it in the.
I'll just store it for now. I just need to
Yeah.
put some shit away. I've got too much stuff. I need to do a black market one or something.
And you don't recall the guy's name at all?
I don't remember it. It was some foreign name, man. Honestly.
Joey, can we tag along with you when you go looking for guns?
Wait, you go black market,
I
Joey?
just have. No, I need to go get stuff
okay.
for black market first. I'm empty.
What you need?
But my heli's only got one spare seat.
No, I got a heli.
Joey, what do you
Oh, you
need for
have a
black
heli?
market?
Let's go in mine.
Well, like just like a whole thing of sniper rifles, pretty much.
Wait, how
Got
many
loads of
people are
fucking
going
guns,
with us?
man. I need to do.
You got 50 grand in gold bars. Holy shit!
Yeah, I was gonna use it to get a pouch. I don't know yet.
Yeah, go to RF. RF is fun.
Nosy.
I only have like.
A lot of people do
I
that.
think I have like 3 or 4 only. That's what I'm trying to do too. Get a pouch. A black one, right? The black ones, right?
Give me 40k, you
Mythic.
can have them.
What do you mean? Where's your pouch?
Give me 40k, you can have the 2 gold bars for the 50k worth. And then you just go down to NS and buy it.
No, I have gold bars.
Your choice.
Oh,
You
I'm.
save yourself 10k.
I have the gold bars. I just need to go.
Oh, you got the gold bars for it.
Yeah. I just need to go.
Ah, got you.
So why aren't you wanting to go to RF then, Kappa?
Because I haven't had a chance to yet.
Oh, have you been there before?
Only once. Have you?
George, go and buy an NBC set. Where is he? Is that George next
Or
to you?
just walked off?
Oh, I got a full I got 2 full NBC set and I don't need them.
Are they mythical?
Iconic one?
Just iconic?
Oh no, I'm not giving them away. I'll give. It's just common ones.
Like the yellow ones or the iconic one?
Just basic stuff.
Wait, do you have mythical
Common.
ones?
I do. Yeah. Wait. Yeah. All mine are mythical. Well, I've got on them.
No, I meant for sale.
No.
Okay.
It definitely wouldn't be 50k.
I was just wondering.
I got 2 masks. So I think I'm keeping them though.
Okay, chat, let me check something real quick.
Oh fuck, Detroit's first. I don't know.
What is it?
I got so many guns on me. I can't even fit them. Annoying. And now whoever locked the fucking truck, I can't even get into it.
I'm very curious as to what's going on because if you're able to store it in your
Yeah,
garage,
it was unlocked until one of you two come over and locked it. It was weird.
no, I asked you to push you, and it went.
I didn't press it. Somebody else fucking pressed it and locked
So
it. I don't know
somebody's-
what it
so,
did.
So I think somebody put that thing on there or set the number before you could set the number.
No. It was unlocked
It
for
doesn't
me.
make. Yeah, I know it was unlocked, but then
Yeah.
I asked you to push you, and
Yeah, I
not
didn't press
you
it.
pushed you.
Somebody did it.
Somebody else did because I heard the car alarm go click.
Yeah,
It made the beep.
Someone's came over and been nosy.
Somebody came over and changed the number on you before you could change the number. He heard the
Dude,
right
check
number
this
and
out.
changed it.
This look, yeah, look at this. Look how much 308 I've got.
Oh my god. Damn.
Why? Why do you have so
Why?
much?
What? Why not? I don't
That
even use
reminds
it
me, I
anymore
gotta
because I got
go
the
buy some.
PKP.
I'm gonna go buy some.
Still got this though. Yeah.
Okay, if Joey doesn't go, we'll just go on our road trip.
Actually, Joey, while you're here, can I
Yeah.
borrow your reloader for a minute?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Hold on, chat. Oh god, sometimes people are crazy. It's like,
4 Bitcoin, Intel solid state, 4
I've got
wire.
1 Bitcoin right now.
That'll get you started because you need 1 to make the case.
Oh, you need 2 to make the case?
One Bitcoin to make the
Okay.
proto.
Yeah.
Joey, are you going? We going?
Not quite yet. No, what's going on? Somebody's going to BM or what?
No, we're gonna go
I
looting.
won't mind going to BM if someone is.
Oh, I'm just helping write real quick with a recipe here.
Okay.
3 wire, 3 Bitcoin. But to get the
You need 3
proto-
Bitcoin?
That's for the
Oh, what if
T1.
we should just go by ourselves?
Oh,
Chat, what do you
first-
think? We just leave
First things first, you
go by
need
ourselves.
the yellow protective case, 1
I've
metal
got that.
wire.
I haven't got that. I can buy one from the market though.
Yeah, I've got a metal wire probably somewhere I could sell you. I think there's one in my car. 1 Bitcoin, 1 WD black solid state drive.
I think I just picked one of them up actually.
Nice. And 1 Intel folder.
Let's see.
The solid state drive, the collectible black and blue
You know
ones,
what, we need
WD
some
blue
food,
one.
so we're gonna go
No,
fishing.
no, that
Outside
that
of
one's the Winston, I think,
Let's
or
go get some
Kingston,
food
sorry.
before we leave.
This one's just, it's all black and it says WD black on the side of it.
Oh. Out here, if you're new, there's like a little creek right here. You could fish to make money or for food. I'm just gonna get some food before we leave out. Just in case. Look at the pretty fish underneath us, I think. You can't see it. You need a knife. You need a cooking pot. Cut that up. that. Oh no, what happened to our cooking pot? Oh, we ran out. Okay. So, gotta go buy one. Gas canister. You look, you can see right through the building at first when you come in. Okay, I think it's 1,000. Okay, let's go buy a gas canister. It should be in here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Let's sell the rest of the fish. I think I only got 2. Switch on. Let's cook that. Oh no, it's right. What the hell? There's one more here? Why did I get 2? Oh, does this belong to someone else? Okay, I gotta go put this back on the ground. I think somebody bought one and then found the ground. Because mine's right here. Okay, Chad, we're almost ready. Ready for our journey. Let's go put that gas canister. I think they left it right here, so yeah. Here we go. We'll leave that there for them. Right.
$480. $480. Last here.
Almost ready. Let's check
480.
our. Oh, where did I put my? Wait. Let's get out of here.
Look at this.
Oh, wrong side. Let's go on our field trip. On our field. On our, finally our road trip. Wait. Yeah. We're going on a road trip, chat. We've been planning this. And we haven't gone yet. Go. Oh, here's my regular gun. This is the gun I'm looking for. Regular zombies. There we go. I'll put that here. Let's get going! I'm gonna get up here first and then I'll look at the map. Okay, let's look at the map. We are here. So I was thinking we'll go. Okay, I'll show you what I mean. Road trip! Road trip! So on our road trip, we're gonna try to stop at each of the town and loot it because I have not done that at all on this server. Been meaning to, but never got around to it. Not this one though. This town right here, everybody loots it because it's right by the trader. So let me show you what I mean. Let's pass this town first. Because I want the Z to be hitting my vehicle. we go. Let's look at the map. We are right here. So trader, so I'm thinking Nova. So we'll go down here. Hit this town right here. Okay. Keep going. Keep going. We're just gonna go straight. But I want to hit this military and then we'll hit the next town. We're just gonna keep going down south. Keep down, hit the military, keep going down south. We're gonna go to Electro. Okay. And then we're gonna take a right after this. So we're all the way down south. When we get down here, I'm thinking I kind of want to go here because this, look at this place right here. I forgot if you could get on here. So we're gonna go down here and then we'll make our way here as we loot each of the town. Up here, loot the town. Go up here, loot this area, loot this. Oh, I've never been to the vehicle impound before. Maybe we'll stop there and see what it looks like. Okay. Come up here, Berezino, maybe we'll go here and then come back out. But you know what, Berezino military is like really tiny, so I don't know. Loot Berezino, come up here. Wait. Let me see. Yeah. Come up here. Work in progress. So we'll come here and then we're gonna go all the way up here. So that, and we're gonna go down this way because you know what, it brings us back to, I think our base is here somewhere, right? Where's the base? Oh, where's our base at? Right, yeah, right here. So we're gonna go here and then come to our base. And then we'll, you know, go to base and since we're at base, we'll go up here to fish. I think it's here. I wonder what they're gonna put over here. It says work in progress. Okay, so that's the plan. Then after base, we'll drive back to trader. Okay, you guys ready? Here we go. We left Joey. Let me use a... Oh. Let's see what he said. Is he wanna... So when I said we, I'm talking about you guys chatting me. It was taking too long. someone's flying the heli. The bad thing about heli is that oh, don't we passed that first? Oh, we're gonna loot here. We're almost like it's in and out, and so you don't get to see like the scenery. This is the town we're supposed to. This is our first stop. Our first stop. Hey chat! We're here! Okay, so this town, we are... No, there's a little mini map. What am I doing? See, there's a little mini map right there on the bottom right. So you guys know where we're at. Let's do this side first. No, tell me somebody didn't come through already. Look, there's a beer. Let's drink that. I noticed that the alcohol on this server doesn't get you drunk. So that's kind of weird, right? No, the doors are already open. Darn it. There's like so many people on right now. It's Saturday too, that's probably why. You guys, you know what? I haven't ate yet. I was like, wait, why am I hungry if I haven't ate? How do you guys feel about me like at restart? Oh, you know, we gotta find a gas station though. Oh, I know where there is no gas station. Okay, so it's that town down there. There's a town down there. So we're gonna head to the other town, loot it, and then park our vehicle there because restart's coming, and then what's that sound? Look, somebody lives here. This is their base. I assume it's this one right here, right? No? Guess not. Oh, maybe this one. Oh, it's this one. See? Yeah. There's the trash. There's the dining table. Yeah, they lived here. I guess they moved on. Somebody already looted this place. This place already. Oh yeah, there's nothing here. They took everything. Not even a Z is around. Why here one? on, let's get out of here. They looted the whole place. They left a backpack. Maybe that's not. Sometimes there's a haystack here, so there should be an animal here, right? These tall grasses? Can't see the animals. You guys see any animals? I took all the markers off. Let's go to the next town. Road trip! Back to road trip. Do we need some water? I love this car so much. I'm gonna miss it when they wipe. So if they wipe on a Tuesday, we have to Tuesday at least. To Monday. Saturday, Sunday. Then if they don't wipe on this Tuesday, then we have another week. Should be coming to a town. But before we do that, I think there's a military up here. So I'm gonna hit the military first. Wow, look at all these guys. Just hanging out waiting for us. Come on, guys. Okay. Damn you. Damn you! That's what you get for hitting me. See, he's trying to hit me. Look. What the hell? Where are you going, dude? No, he can't hit me. That's a deer, right, chat? You guys hear that sound? That's a deer, right? Oh yeah, I need these. I don't know. 54, right? Yeah, 54. Yeah, 74 rounds. You guys like to look at the view? Look, there's our car over there. Pretty, right? What is that thing down there? Nothing. Okay, so there should be a town that way. There's like a Z here, right? Look, he's over there. We're not gonna kill him. We're gonna let him live, chat. We're gonna let him live. Okay? Oh, you know what? I need to, I gave that, you know what? It's fine. I don't know if we're friends coming to this server, so I gave that backpack to Silent. I mean, not Silent, to Slave. I should get another one just in case. But it doesn't look like our friends coming to this server, chat. I'm so sad. It's like, come and play on this server. So we just have our regular friends playing with us. So this is the town I'm talking about. So this is why it's good to have a car, because you make one stop here and then another stop over there. $15 minutes. Okay, I'm not gonna have time to loot, chat. All of it anyways. Oh, we got a mask. Dog food. I'm still sad that our friend's not coming to play with us. I'm so sad. Okay, go in here. Oh, look. Oh, I almost missed that. He was hiding behind the... I'm not gonna take that. So this is the town I'm gonna loot, but I need to park my vehicle. And there's like, at gas station there's usually like a lot of that. We're gonna do a drive-by real quick. And then we're gonna come back up and kill all of them. Look, see, he's trying to follow me. There's a guy right here. I want to get him before I... Where are you? Yeah. Did you hear him? He goes, ow! That was weird. I never heard that before where he goes, ow! Let's grab these guys first. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go eat and then come back. Where are you? Yeah, the only thing I don't like is that they hit your car, and so you have to get rid of all these guys first. I think there's 2 more over there, but restart is coming up, so I need to grab my car real quick. On here, they'll impound your car if you don't park it, and especially if I'm gonna be gone for a little bit. So I'm gonna park my car, loot that area a little bit right there, and then go eat. And I'll be back after restart. Stupid grass. I don't think I need anything from here. Oh, do I need to put anything away in there? Put this gun in here. Where's the... There it is. Let's store our car in there. Take a screenshot that we did store it, just in case. Yeah, it's gonna restart right now. 8 minutes. Just in time, chat. Just in time. Now I could eat and I won't have to worry about, hey, my car's like gonna be getting impound because it's in here. Okay. So should we go in here or in here? Let's go in here. Close that door. Close that door. And yeah, chat. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna log here and then I'm gonna take a quick break, eat, and then I'll be back. Okay. Hopefully you guys are back. If not, I'll see you guys next time. Okay. I will keep it on. Be right back. Okay. I'll see you in a bit. be clicking when I'm loading in. Almost in. You guys could hear me? Okay. Tap to guys, let you guys in. There we go. We're in. I'm just gonna see if our friend's back. I think we're ready. Let's go. Oh, I think I'm still on Discord with Slave, right? I forgot to exit. Is he in? Yeah, he's still on Discord. I'll just leave it, just in case he comes back. There's our car! It's still here! Yes, okay. We need gas since we're here. Anyways. Let's get in. Nah, we're fine. Or should we get some gas? We should get some gas, huh? Yeah, let's get some gas. I hate this because you have to... Okay, you have to open all the doors. All the doors. And then... You have to stand here to get this. Then you have to close all the door. And then you have to lock it. And then you could, let's see, refill. I think it's this side. There you go. I hate this because sometimes you'll drink it by accident. They're like, no! I drink the gas by accident, you know? Let's fill this up. And then I think it's easier to put it back in there. Let's see. Yeah. Just like that. Let's get in. Our gas should be full. And I charged that. You know what? I forgot to get my battery from the heli. Chat earlier, do you remember when we flew and I charged the aviation battery? I forgot to pull that out. Hopefully nobody steals it. Okay, let's see. I'm just checking on you guys. The sound's good. You guys could see me? Okay. We're doing a road trip if you just came in. But I didn't loot this town yet, so we're gonna go back and loot this town, and then we'll come back down this road. Oh my goodness, I'm already on for 3 hours, chat. Can you believe it? 3 hours already. I'm on. Okay, I need to find a spot to park. There's somebody's dead here, I think. I need to be careful, because I hate them that they're able to hit your car. I just hate that part. Okay, I'll park here. Nighttime. Look, another one. We got a, let's see. This one, this guy has green hair. Oh, look, there's two. Egyptian guys. Oh, we don't need that. those guys. Look. They're not like wearing pants. They are wearing. Are they wearing pants? Oh, they're wearing like blue shorts. Those guys are twinsy. Did you see that guy go through the wall? That was weird, right? He actually went through the wall to the other side. Chad, I made some coffee, so I'm gonna go grab some coffee in a few minutes here. Let's go around to the police station. This way. Let's grab one of these. Look, I think you could walk on this fence. Yeah. They're inside. Oh no, I brought coffee with me. I'm losing it, chat. I'm losing it. When I pause, that means I'm drinking my coffee, okay? Oh. Okay. That door is open. Why aren't they coming out? And how many are there? Just creep in slowly. Oh my god, there's a lot of them. Okay, I gotta get ready. You know, big gun. Chat, I hate the dark horde on here. For some reason, like, it's like really hard to kill it. So, I don't know what we're gonna do if we see one. I died to one too. Like, I was like, you know, I've done this before. You know, I could do this. Nope. Maybe I'm just not good enough. Hopefully I'm with my friends when the dark horde next time I see them. Because... Or maybe I'm doing something wrong. I don't know. Which way did I come out? This way, huh? I hate nighttime. I want to go over there as well before we leave this town. I think this is the last building on this side. We could find this priest. I want to hide all the markers, all hidden. Just don't like markers. See if we could find this priest. He has some black fabric that we need. We need the black fabric. Where are you, dude? Where is the priest? Like when you want to see them, they're there. They're not there, and then when you don't care for them, they're there. It's gonna be nighttime, chat. I hate nighttime. Even in real life, you know, it's like nighttime. Don't want them hitting my car. Love my car. Oh, in 5 minutes? 5 to 10. I guess we should head back, huh? I go food too. On a road trip, but let's go to the party. Firework party. Okay. Let's go to the party! I think that we should have a camping trip, but you know, we need a camping trip. We got not even halfway, 1/3 of the way to our road trip. And so we didn't make it yet. We're gonna go back. Go to the party. Hey, but I wanna stop here real quick. Real quick. Chad, I used to base here. Like I use this as my base. I thought it was like the neatest area of all. And then there's always like loot here when I come in. And then there's always loot here when I come in. This is like the first server that I ever played. I base here, right here. Yep, this place right here. So every time I come on channel and I, you know, see this area, it brings me good memories. Slave helped me like to put like a 2-story thing here. He built like a 2-story, so I have room up here as well. Because I didn't know nothing. I did not know nothing. I like it here because there's a bunch of animals that come here. Like regular animals. And I could just kill them. Sheep and cows and stuff like that on that server anyways. And then I like this also because you could jump here. And you could jump here. See? You get all the way up here. And there's wolves sometimes. They come here. See? I like this, that you're able to go up here and to here as well. Kinda neat. Anyways, yeah. And then I think they wipe, and then once they wipe, I base up there on the mountain. And one of my friends based down there. There's like a little city down there. So he based there. I wanted to be close to the trader, and so on that server, Kami was the 1.5 away only, so it was really easy for me to get a trader. I love it. So I would never base here again, but because it's like it's so tiny, that barn. But you know, when you first play DayZ, and I've never played any games before, no games, so I have no idea what I'm doing. I didn't even know how to block, I didn't even know how to hit, nothing. Nothing whatsoever. So that brings, every time I go to Cherno, I always try to go by it and just look at it. You know, it has good memories. That was like a really good server. Really good, but he had to close it down. I love that server. I would have never left that server if he didn't close it down. It's probably one of my favorite to this day. And there's a lot of people too. I mean, a lot of people. So many people. And everybody's so nice and they get along with each other. You know, there's no drama. Like all these other servers I've been playing on, it's like you've been on it for a little bit and there's always like drama. There's like, I was like, man, why can't I find a place I call home? You know? That's what, when I told one of my friends, goes, I need a place where I call home and I could just, you know, log in, play the same server, have all my friends there, you know. Oh, did you see that? Guys, did you see that lag? You saw that, right? I mean, that's crazy. That lag was crazy. Oh my god, I'm not even there yet. We're gonna miss the firework. H-Mac, you better wait. You better wait. Oh, he already started it. Is that him starting it?
God, where's my other one? I had two.
I'm here, I'm here!
Alright, boys. Hey, and one girl, I think.
Wait!
We're waiting on Cuppa, and then it's a party. And we're all giggling from Kuru. I'm just playing. Hey, any fat I dropped, by the way, is from a wolf or bear. It's nothing,
Wait,
it's all kosher.
did I put my...
Wait, this meat
Wait.
is all haram, right?
What's up?
This meat is haram, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm here.
Oh, you are here. Okay, alright. Alright, Dino, let's get in position.
Whenever you're ready, boss.
If anybody has the ability to record it, I guess can you please? My computer will not.
Okay,
Cuppa maybe go live, I don't know.
I did.
Alright, let's go, baby. Dino, on your account, or I'll do a count, I
Your
guess.
count, my friend. Your count.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, mine's lit.
Look, so pretty. So romantic.
Yo, wait, for real. Holy shit. Holy shit. The zombies are coming from everywhere. That was tight. Oh man, I should have brought. I got one more. Hold on.
Kind of spoils the fun a little bit.
Good. Step by.
You know, give him a show.
Does anybody have one more on them?
The fireworks.
Fireworks on
Yeah,
the crate now.
does anybody have one more fireworks crate? Or no?
And
That's fine. I've got 2 more. I'll do one more.
One more firework.
Here, I've got your lighter
Oh yeah,
Whose
thank
belt
you.
is
on
here?
the floor.
Is it your
Oh, it's Togi.
Mark?
That's yours, Togi.
Meryl.
Oh, watch out.
Should we grab the lighter? Grab the lighter.
Go, 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 go! That shit made my blood pop up on my screen. Ouch.
Hey, Mark.
What's up?
On the ground.
Oh, thank you.
So romantic.
And I'll do more as we go on. Probably next week or...
Mine go higher than yours. Damn. Well, that was fun.
Did you launch one up too?
Yeah, Yeah, that's the one on the roof.
Oh, I didn't even notice. Aww.
Yeah.
Well, we did. That was our third
Good shit,
one.
H-Mag.
Yeah, it was short notice, but good turnout. Thanks, everyone.
No, thank you, thank you.
I know it was a good turnout because everyone's lagging this fucking around. That's how I know there's more than 10 of us at one spot. That's good. It's good. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'll probably do some, who knows, another week before the wipe or something like that. Once I have more than 3. I've only got 1 left now.
I'll try and keep mine too if I find any.
Yeah, if you have any, I'll buy them. 25k, 30k, just let me know.
Alright.
God
I'll
damn, I know
figure
it's
out
right.
when this wipe is.
Oh yeah, I'll take this cooking stove here. The meat's all you, dude. You can have that. I'll pick up the trash, don't worry. The torches we can put out. Come here. I'll show you the trick. If you just get in the car with it, it puts it out. They're reusable. I love it.
Well, that was fun, right, chat? Okay. Yay, that was good.
Whoopa. Trying to find the battery.
No, I didn't find one. Did you find one? You have one?
No,
Oh.
not yet.
If you just came in, you missed the fireworks. We have some fun time out there. It was so cute. Let's see.
Ulti, you still in here? I think he's gone outside. Nice to see new faces.
check our stall real quick. Okay, so we could sell this one. You can. I don't know. I'll wait. Oh, when does it expire? Expire and okay, tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. Let's put this in the vehicles. I hate when people come to my car. I really do. Like, this goes to base. See, I think these are slaves. I don't know. Okay. Put that one there. My coins. You hear that car? Oh, this needs to go inside also. Yeah, man, I always forget something, huh? Let's put it down here so I remember. There we go. That needs to be sold at black market. How many slots is this pants? Oh, 20. Look at those shorts. Not short. They call it, what is it? Skirts? I don't know. What's that guy doing? Oh. It's like, what are you doing, dude? They're still outside messing around.
Bands, so I've started.
Damn!
Oh, that's what. No, they're not here messing around. I thought they were out here messing around. Nope.
I've just been to black market, so I'm gonna drop these guns in here. You can take them if you want them. If not, just leave them.
Chat, it's nighttime. I wanna go on my road trip. I mean, finish my road trip, but at the same time, I hate driving at night. Even in real life, I hate driving at night. I was hoping there would be some action here. But that doesn't look like any. Oh my goodness, my coffee's cold. I have a red key I totally forgot about. Let's put this in the Lamborghini. Go. We are ready for black market next time. Is this that same guy? Is he following us? Yeah, it's the same guy. know, some people get all the way up there. And,
Damn, bro. You got gear. Shit. A nice car. How much space does it have?
Up this building right here. I don't think you could get up there.
I need to get this car.
Well, there's a basketball hoop
Honestly.
right there. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, that's a nice car, man. Johnny. Need a better car, bruh. Need to start making some money.
Yeah, see, you could go up here only. You can't get up there though.
Kids.
No, stones.
Yeah, stones or wire. Or nails. I just did it today.
You did it?
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, I want to make a, I want the lodge.
You can live in my place if you want.
It's okay.
But you have to get.
Where's the?
Somebody said. What the?
Oh, 2 wires and you can make it. Damn.
Yeah, let's go see if they're selling a backpack. We need to replace that backpack. I don't know if I should just buy one of these. Yeah, I'll just buy one of this. And it's not on the floor, right? Okay. And then 20. Let's see if they're selling it. So it should be here, right? There it is. Strap. Look at that strap. See if they're selling the iconic backpack. This blue one. I don't like this blue one though. That's it. Oh, that's all the backpack. That's on sale. This one. It's too leopardy. How come it doesn't show up when you put the T in there? That's weird. No black fabric. I need a 40V. There's no 40V. Okay. Wow, all the good stuff are not being sold. Okay, I guess all this. Look at all these stalls that are closed. People just laugh. Oh man, all these are like they're just done. They never renewed them. Yeah, see? Okay. Well, nobody's selling a backpack. Okay, let's check our clothes. Do you guys like this? Like the way they make P2P? Like where people could sell their own stuff at each of the, you know, stall. Oh, you know what? Sometimes there's good stuff on this guy's stall right here. This one, let's see if it's open. That's closed. This one has good stuff too. That's closed. This guy's closed. My god. Wow. He's selling those. Yeah, all these are closed. Yep, they're all closed. Hey! Hey, Pape. How are you? This is the P2P. So if you want to sell your stuff, you could have like a booth. It's kind of like a flea market. It's kind of it's really neat. I think so. You sell your stuff here, then other people who needs it will come and buy it. I like it. I like the setup of it. The renew of it I don't like, but I like the look. I like it because it reminds me of like the flea markets. Go back to the trader. Darn, it's still nighttime. We're doing a road trip, but we came back for the firework, and anyone selling? Oh, it's having an issue getting. Okay. Okay, so I need to drop this off at base. Is that the only thing? Yeah. Yeah, it's still nighttime. I mean, I guess we could go. Look how dark it is. I do have night vision, but it's like really bad. Night vision here is bad.
Have fun, Dylan.
What the heck? Oh, they did a trade. Okay.
You get the brown one out.
Where's my mouse? Oh. was hoping those action at the, you know, sometimes those action at the trailer, you know, there's stupid things happening. But nothing like that, so. You see that lag? It pushed back. Did that guy go into the river? Okay, let's finish up our road trip. We went on a road trip. Then we got distracted because there was a party at the trader, so we did that. I need to go microwave my coffee because it's cold already. Guys, I'm kind of worn out. I'm just doing this for you because I haven't been on in a while. So I'm fighting through it. We've been on for almost, it's gonna be 5 hours coming up. You know what's funny is the people who stream like for 24 hours. I was like, how do they do it? How did they? I'm like, you know, praise to them because like I'm hitting 5 and I'm already like, oh my god, I need to take a break. And then how long do they take a break if they stream like 24 hours? Do they is it 15 minutes? Is it 10? And then do they fall asleep at the computer? You know, they're like, okay, I'll be right back. Let me just put my head down for a second, and then I can't sleep though I can't sleep on my desk. I have to like lay down on my bed. I have to lay down on my bed and get cozy and, you know, take my shower, get in bed, get in comfy PJs and get in bed. Otherwise I can't sleep. Like I used to be able to just sleep like on a sofa, anywhere at all. But now it's like I just can't anymore. It has to be on my bed. And then those of you guys, okay, so we looted this town already. If you look at the mini map on the bottom right, so we looted that town, and we got gas, and we did the military over here on the left also, and we did the next town already. So we have a little bit of driving to do. What's over there? Why is that a fire over there? What's over there? Chat, what's over there? What's that? This, let's go check it out. What is this? Why is it lit? Oh, it's somebody's face. Oh, they have like the thing right here. This, I guess they found this thing, this wall lantern, and Why is this lit right here? Is there a lamp? Oh, there's one right here. Oh, how neat! Okay, there's one there, and one right here. Here it is, right here. You put it on the tree. Look at his. Oh my God, Chad! Look at that. His flag has dogs. It's PEEP. Are you kidding me? PEPE? Boys? Really? Oh my God, I love it. I love that I love lit up places. Oh, and then they have one right here too. That's why the place is lit up. Oh, I love it. But you know what? I don't know how they got these. How did they get these lanterns? Because I don't remember seeing them for sale at the trader. Unless I just didn't look really well. Okay, let's put our night vision back on. I'm glad I stopped. That was interesting. Oh my God. That's a good place to base. There's a town right there that you can loot. It's good to like. I noticed that like put your base. It's you know, if you can near a town. Sometimes it's not a good idea because people do, you know, take your stuff. Okay, here we go, on our way again. Oh, we forgot to look for Joey at the trader. Oh well. It's fine. Oh, you... And then I totally forgot. I looked at P2P and I forgot to look at, to announce on Global if anybody's selling that battery. We need a 40V battery. Because I want to craft, the blue key car. So I need a 40 battery, black fabrics, what else? Oh, there's one more thing I needed. There's 3 items. Is it daytime yet? Let's see. It is. Okay, nice. I don't want to announce it right now because I don't want to go to back to trader. We already left, so. Okay, we looted this town. And we got gas on the right hand side, this gas station. I like how he puts up, you could park your vehicles at the gas station. Yeah, but he put like a bunch of Z on the, and I like that. Oh, I sold all my weed seeds yesterday. I should have told him. Ask him yesterday because he was on. He goes, you smoke all of them. I went with HMAC to Black Market. It was hilarious. If you did not see the what is it? The stream yesterday, you need to go look at it. The one that says BM runs. Oh my goodness, it was hilarious. Like, I try not to laugh on that, but you know, it's like it's like trying to be nice, not laugh at other people. Okay, see. Okay, there's a military coming up here, so we'll stop right here. I think we'll stop right here. Let's stop in the grass. Hey, look at all these guys. But then there's like a car right here, which is just on top of it. What the heck? Okay, so look at this military. There's only 1, 2. That's it. And then look how many Z there are. I mean, come on, really? You would think there's so many, right, good stuff, because that's like a lot of Z, or just 1 and 2. Oh, okay, 1 gun. Give me something good, guys. Come on. Dude. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so we got 1 gun, 2. Is this place worth stopping? Oh good, I got some 308, need those. 3, 4. Okay, so 4. Let's look at this vehicle right here. Nothing here. Nothing over here. Oh, in our car. That's it. Okay. Well, I don't know if that's worth stopping, you know? We're doing a road trip, so we stop, but on a regular run, maybe if you're coming as a freshie up here, right? That's a right to have. Let's see what it was. Yeah, those are decent guns for freshies. Yeah, yeah. It's like the short ones. And the tall Zed he's talking about. There's a I hate the small Zed, cause like you miss them. I always like get hit by them, cause they're so little and it's hard to dodge them. I mean moderator, I need you to ban that. There's a midget. See, when on a road trip, I want to stop everywhere. You know, look. That's it. Like, okay, look at this. Don't you guys think that this is like, this would make a like a really good place to base? You know, this river, like over there, like over there, right there, or right here, or anywhere here, right? So the ocean's right, the pond is here. I think so. I think this is actually a good place to put a base. Oh look, there's a road right there, right? There's a road. Yeah, see the main road? I think we came, it goes here, all the way here. And there's a little entrance. No, it goes there. So if you come through there, yeah. You can put your house right there. I like being near a pond, that way you could just get like free food, you know? See? This is a good area, right? Put a base. Maybe over there. There's a cabin over there. That one right there. Oh, okay. I kind of want to stop here and loot. There's like, I think last time I stopped here one time. There's so many Zed. So hopefully we get some good stuff. Otherwise I'll never stop here again. Hopefully we'll take them out one by one. That's just a hospital. Is that on the right? Oh my god, look at all these ass. jacket I got. Is that the one you're crafting? No, that's the common one only, right? Do they sell those? Wow, there's nothing here. Wow, that guy has a lot of stuff. So, I want to buy the sharpening stone, but I'm so far away from trader. One second, chat. 1 second. Check on something real quick. Yeah, okay. You know what's funny about this server? One time I was, okay, so you know you can't just leave your vehicle, they'll impound it. And so, is there any place? Nope, okay. And so I was like, okay, I have to go AFK. So I'm standing on, I stood on, locked my car, stood on top of the car, and was AFK. I come back and I could hear the Dark Horde. So I was like, oh my goodness, you know, it's not like, you know, you could just log out when you're AFK, you know? You have to think about your that's the downfall of not being able to pack your vehicle. Look at this little town. Should we loot this? I guess let's loot it real quick. Because you know what? For some reason the Freshie always gets like the good stuff when they come through. I don't remember getting all that good stuff. Oh, you guys hear the sheep? Over there, right? Yeah, yeah. Okay, let's go get the sheep. Anyways, yeah, I just didn't like that. What the heck is it? Oh, there used to be a stream here, huh? A drought must have happened on channel. Oh my god, look how many there are. There's like 4. Wow. One shot, okay? I don't know if we could carry all this, but... stack those. Stack that. What do you guys think of this as an area to put your base? It's right next to like, you know, the street, starter town. Let's get up here so we can see. Okay, let's look in the map. See, I should be down here somewhere. Okay. Okay, Electro is down here. Okay. So I'm gonna go here. I want to make a left right here. And then we're gonna go up. I just like looking at cities. Sorry, chat. I just like looking at cities. Like, I like to stop in the middle of the road and just look to the left and to the right. I don't know if anybody else does that. What C is this? Okay. Got some weed seed. I went in there already. Went in there already. Did we go to this first building? I don't think so. Huh? We didn't do this one. Give me a sharpening stone. Give me a sharpening stone. Oh man. Book. Yeah, yellow one doesn't sell. We need a blue one. That's what we need. The blue one sells. And the black one. Ooh, gold bar. Yeah. I like these things right here. You can get on top of them. Just look around. Is that the last building? Oh, one more. You asked for giant, huh? See, every time I'm like, okay, they want to go to BM. I want to go to BM, but look at this knife. This is our car. Get in. We're on a road trip. Oh, okay. I hit all my, sorry chat. I'm gonna have to put on all my markers. I'll turn them off in a second. How's everyone doing? Okay, let's see. Ah! Don't touch my car! Don't touch my car! Stupid Zed. See that little mini map on the bottom? I love it. Cause I hate like bringing up the regular map. Oh, I love looking at these signs right here. See that sign right there? So pretty. Is somebody base right there? Oh, no, no, no. Sorry, Chad. I just like to look around. Okay, let me look at the map. I need to take this off. Okay, so we're gonna go up. We're doing a road trip all the way up. We'll loot here. Then we'll keep going. Let me take off the all hidden. Okay. It used to be green right there. Sorry, chat. I gotta readjust. This is it. What's the other one? Do you see all of them right there? They're like gathering like together or something like that. What's this? What is that? What's that? No, don't tell me that's a treasure thing. No. Oh well. Treasure photo. I wonder if that's a treasure photo. Oh. Sharpening stone, sharpening stone. Oh, a knife. Hey, at least it's a knife, right? Oh, look, it's a guy and a woman and a girl. They're hanging out together. They're Zeds. Okay, let's eat this food. End of the row. We're by the ocean. We could go naked and swim in the ocean. Get naked and swim in the ocean, right? you take your clothes off, I wonder how long till it despawn. Like if you lay it on the ground and walk away from it. You know what I mean? If you're gonna go swimming and you wanna get naked. There's a little island right there. Tiny one. Where'd she go? Look, unknown food. You could feed that to someone. Pretty, right? Look at how pretty this is. Oh, I didn't finish. I'm losing it. I didn't finish. Okay, let me check. Okay, I need to exit that. had to exit Discord. Let's see. We are in. Okay. So we're gonna go all the way around. I want to stop here though. Oh yeah, this is the. So you park your vehicle here. I'll show you guys. Let's close that. Okay, so you park your vehicle here, and right here. And this is where you go to research RF. Go over here. Let's go up here and look from it below. Okay. So you go down here. We're not gonna go because we don't know our way. And then you go all the way down there, and then you have to put your gas mask on. And then you teleport over there. There's a map. Wonder if there's any loot down there. But yeah, you need to, let's see, kill this monster. I'm trying to think, do you need a key to go to RF? Oh God. That's research. That's where you buy the Howley too. Is there anything in here? Let's check anyways. I've never checked it when I was here. Because this is a no-fly zone. Let's see if I could. Let me use my other gun. Yeah, over here, right here. There's a map, and then you TP right there to, let's see. So you'll go down. Doesn't show, huh? You TP, and then you end up here somewhere. Then you go down here to research. And then if you're buying a Halley, you have to go all the way over here. But you have to know your way too. It gets confusing in the... anyways, I wonder if since I'm here, I should... I don't know how safe it is. Is it safe? Okay. I'm gonna stand here, and then I'm gonna go, warm up my coffee, chat, okay? So, and then I'll be right back. So, be right back. Okay. Yay, we got coffee now. Oops. Okay, let's get out of here. Heading south. I mean, yeah, north now. you guys think? Should we stop here? Does he have anything on him? That guy right there, somebody is not playing anymore and they gave all their stuff to him. I was so envious because he got that that mask, that BM mask that you don't need to replace your what do you call it? Your gas mask. You don't need to replace it. You just wear that, you know, weird looking mask and yeah. And that's it. You're fine. I was like, damn, he's just a freshie and he got all this gear up already, so I don't know. I guess he couldn't get the car going, so he's waiting. But yeah, he's rich already. What is he selling? Oh. Oh darn, when Slay was here, I totally forgot to tell him to put up that mannequin for me. I hope he comes back. Oh Slave, I hope you come back. No, Slay plays on other server too, so sometimes he doesn't always make it back. What the heck? Ooh, got a gold bar. Yeah. I think I got a gold bar earlier too. We don't need any of this. door? Oh. It's like, wait. There's a gas station. So if we wanted to and we're done like looting, we could park over there. Like a log out for the day. Damn, every time. Okay, let's look at this. Let's see. We're going to make our left turn. Actually, we don't need. So vet and then go up. Yeah. So we don't need to worry. Road trip. All we need is music, right? Some music. We need some music. Okay, so let's try to go to BM. If not, it's fine. You know, we'll go tomorrow. So we're gonna straight here. Oh, yeah, I just got a message. My friend wants to play with us on the other server. I'm not gonna stream that one. I usually don't stream when we play together. So, damn. Let's see. Let me think. Oh! God, some of these roads, like, they remind me of, like, a certain, map, you know? Not map, but certain servers. There's, like, a gas zone on the right-hand side on there. Oh. Look, I'm shaky, shaky. Shaky, shaky, shaky. Shaky, shaky, shaky. Let's not sing, because if we sing, then it's gonna, flag, Twitch, so. Okay, so this is where it gets a little bit tricky, right? Like, I go right here. I should be looking at the map, okay. I'm gonna go here. Let's see. Where am I? So I need to get over here. So the next, right here before the hospital, 1, 2. Okay. Look at the mini map. I keep forgetting I have a mini map. So I need to take a right here. I don't think I've ever looted this town. Yeah. Okay. And then keep going. Woo-wee. This is a starter town too, right? Like on a vanilla server. Okay, we're gonna go around. You know what I should do? I thought about it. Okay. I should put like a okay, this is right by my base too, so this is good. We're almost to the trader. Yeah, I need to loot that town right there because my base is over here. So I always go to that military right there before I go fishing. So we need to do that. We need to go to that town and loot. We might make it. The trader. Can't crash, okay? We don't want to crash. I hope restart is not 15 minutes. Hope it's more like 20. Oh, loot doesn't respawn at restart. Really? I didn't know that. When does loot respawn on this server? Three keys? Wow, he got 3 keys? Damn. One time I went over this bridge into the river. It was weird because my friend got me out of it. Can you imagine being in that creek? He got me out of it. He's awesome. Oh, 15 minutes. Okay. Yes, I think I might make it to trader. I don't know. Then I have to put all my stuff in the car and then take out all my guns. So I have to do a swap too. That takes like 5 minutes. More than 5 minutes probably. Don't crash. Come on, Admin, just remove the lock for that guy. So when the guy left, he gave everything to Wright, and I guess he can't access the car. Oh, I guess they need proof that he did it. He doesn't remember his name. He begins with a J. Was in English. Oh my word. I guess it's good if you like, you know, stream, that way you have proof. Oh, they need confirmation. I wasn't there when he did that, so I can't. There's stupid Zed here sometimes. I hate it. Please no Zed. Please no Zed. Store that. Go sell all this stuff real quick and then fill up. Come on. 2 minutes and then it's time to restart. Okay. So let's craft real quick. You know, if we don't get to go, it's probably meant to be that we don't get to go, you know what I mean? So... There's only 2 of them, I think. You need at least 4 people for BM. And I don't count, so 4 people plus me. Because I suck at BM. Money away. Go to 1K. That's not bad. I have 1 more minute to sell. One minute left. That's all we have. Let's see. Okay. This needs to be sold. Like that. What the heck? What do you do that for? Okay. Start. Okay, chat. I will be right back. Okay. Okay, chat, I'm back. 1 minute and then we'll log in. At the dot. Because the server restarted, so it doesn't come on till right at 4 my time. Here we go. See if we get in first. So I need to go in the car and grab all the guns real quick. Oh, okay. You know, I forgot my coffee cup. I'll be right back. Loading in. Okay, give me a second. Put you guys in. There we go. Grab the guns. You guys are in. The volume is working. Okay. Gotta put this stuff in. Oh, that's all the room I have? Yeah. minute for it to load. I hate that. What's the other one? Yeah. Okay, let's see. Purple, black, this one. Got my gun. Got it? No, this is so slow. Okay, we'll just wait for it. Okay, pristine, pristine, pristine. Pristine, pristine, okay. All pristine. Blast market. Look at the Lamborghini again. Anyone say they need a ride? Oh, that guy has some music? How does he get music? this in the car just in case something happens. Don't want that with me. Thought I have a purple card in here. Did I leave in the other? Okay, we're going to BM, chat. Okay, let's not let anything happen to us. Chad, do you remember what happened to our clothes? Well, I don't have enough room to bring the clothes, but you know the clothes that I got at Yellow? The helicopter clothing. Where did they go? Do you guys remember? Because I don't remember. I was looking in there and I didn't see them. I was like, but I am in a hurry too though, so. Okay, so I need to pull out some money before we go to BM. Let's pull out. Let's just pull out, let's see. Yeah, 100. 100K. So I need to buy a belt. Magazine. Crap. I will shot it. It's right here and I'm like still going. Ah! Chat! Okay, I gotta calm down. This is what happens when I'm in a hurry.
Small plastic sheets and then one electrical repair kit, no wire.
Okay, cool. I have all that.
So yeah, 15 vitamins, right? 15 vitamins divided into singles. 3 9-volt batteries, yeah, it's that easy. And then you get a battery that you just put all this stuff. You know how to craft. Put it all on the workbench, and then yeah.
For sure. I'll do it later.
Yeah, so that's hella easy. Well, I don't have the electrical repair kit, but
I have everything. I literally have it all. I think I might just have to go get a pair of pliers, but I think I might have them. I just don't remember.
yeah, and if you don't have a crafting bench at home, you can use the trader one to make stuff that is required to be at home.
For sure.
Store that in there. We probably should get one more.
What do you mean?
I mean, we should probably get
pork
one
comes on
more.
my
One more person. Right?
Nah.
Yeah.
We'll put pork on my shoulders and you can sit in my backpack. We'll be good.
Oh my god, no. Are you sure?
Okay?
I don't know. I don't want to die.
I'm like 90.
Yeah.
I'm like 85% sure I can solo this shit.
Really? You did it already? Pork?
Thinking about it. I've been thinking about it quite heavily lately.
How many times have you done it,
Yes.
Pork?
Quite a few. I've never done solo, but I mean I've done it enough times to understand how like the spawning works.
Is there any way one
I've
of you guys
soloed
could
this.
add me to your group temporary so I could see your name? Because I always get lost.
Not even in
Yeah,
this group.
right.
Yeah, I always
Yeah,
get lost.
Actually, probably good. Invite me to a couple, or invite me to Joey in my new
Alright.
group.
Okay, Pork, I always get lost at the beginning, so help me.
Alright, I got duct tape and morphine just in case.
There you go. Control G.
Group was full.
Can you do it again? It wasn't found.
Oh, I have to upgrade it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I got you on mine, Capital, but I gotta upgrade the. Hold on.
Okay, I see you now. Okay, when we get in, you know how you stick to the wall? That's why I get confused. When to let off the wall.
Stick to the wall, and then you basically just run straight into like the little like kind of like a diamond like lift. I guess. I don't know how to explain it. It's like dirt. It's like a dirt little like diamond spot.
Yeah, but I get
Go ahead
lost. I should go between the two of
there you
you
go.
so that I don't get lost. If I get lost, you know. Come back for me!
And then once you get to the little choke point, you just wait there.
Okay, let me load my gun. So I need to go to the close gun and then the close place. Is that okay?
Yep.
Yeah, I need to go to both as well.
Okay, let's go to gun
Sure,
first because I
Israel.
need money before we go to the close.
Alright, we could do that. I gotta sell my drugs anyways.
Okay. Pork, Joey, don't let me die.
Oh no, you won't.
Is he coming with us too, right? Is Right coming? Why is he saying no point in me playing?
Tom.
Oh.
Why is he saying that, Joey?
He's upset.
Why?
I don't know why. He somebody gave him the
truck, the truck, the truck.
Yeah, but
fanciest
Joey,
backpack,
some of us
the
never
truck.
got anything when we started. Like, I got 0 stuff. So, like, he should just be grateful, right? For the stuff that he got.
Hey, you should be grateful if it works, but it doesn't work.
Yeah, but did he
You can't use it.
He got a backpack, and he has that forever mask that you could go into BM and you don't need to have a mask.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, if you have that,
Can you
then
hold it
you
there?
could just.
Let's try it.
I
as long as
saw
you have
that
a
on
ride,
his
just
face,
fucking-
right, Joey? Wasn't it on his face?
Yeah, that's true.
Who is he talking to?
He's talking to me. We're friends.
Why is he saying that to you? I would tell you to shut up. And that means nothing, right? You know? Somebody got issue. Okay, Hey chat, we're gonna do BM. This is crazy, okay? I tell you, this is the second time me doing. Third time. Did you know that this is my third time doing BM only?
Oh, so you're only. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm
that
new.
makes a little more sense.
I'm new at it. What is he talking about?
He's upset with the truck.
No,
And
really?
it's like he's got so much expensive stuff. Like he was giving it.
Exactly. You know what? I'll just buy him a BMW.
That's what happens when you give people things like that.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
you just spoil them, and this is what happens. He acts spoiled.
Yes.
So good.
Do you think I should offer the BMW?
That's why I got it on my own. Except this backpack. I did get this backpack as a gift.
Joey, do you want me to offer the BMW?
Sorry, what?
Do you want me to offer to
Which
buy
BMW?
him? Buy him one, so he will stop complaining.
Oh, right?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
He doesn't deserve any more. This is why he's acting this way, because we can give him shit.
Okay. I just thought I asked you before I.
No, he needs a cool down. He's expecting admin's help, and admin doesn't. They don't operate in these times. So.
They already.
He can't do anything.
Well,
He
I
doesn't have a
already saw
name.
what they told him already. You know, if he messaged that person, all he has to do is tag that person on Discord and get verbal confirmation that, hey, yeah, I did give it to him. Then they will fix it for him.
Right.
Didn't remember the name that's on him.
He should just grind for the a BMW. It's only like 180, right, or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, more than 180.
Well, I met a freshie earlier, and we went to Freighter, and he was like, "Oh, I only have so much left," and so we. Oh no, that was today. We went and did a BM run together. Squid, his first BM run, and then he had enough to buy a BMW brand new, and I was like, "Hold on a second, don't go nowhere." And I just typed it in the chat real quick, and somebody had a BMW, and I offered him 130, and he took it. So buddy gave me 130. I went outside, bought the BMW for him. Bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah, but he owned it, right? Right?
Yeah.
Like he owned that.
Yeah, I just brought him with me. I just wanted him to experience BM.
Why
I
are you
didn't
wearing?
give him a suit or
Why
nothing.
are you wearing that? Pork, where's your NBC gear? Why are you wearing the yellow one?
Oh, because I didn't have enough for the full one, so I was like, okay, I'll just buy one jacket because that's the most with the space for now. So that's what I started off with.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I'll buy the full suit today. I don't know. I don't really need it. I already have enough space to carry all my guns for when I sell in there, so it kind of works out.
Okay. As long as you're happy.
Because after this, I'm going straight back to Tisy, and I'm coming straight back probably.
Oh.
Yeah, because I have 2 cards, so.
Well, that sounds good. Let's go to Tisy after. That sounds fun.
If you guys want to go, we can go. I have a red card or a red key, so.
Yeah. Or you can do Tisy, because I know it's like taking your loot kind of thing, but.
That's not, I mean, I just want the bear pelts, honestly. That's about it. I don't really care for the guns.
Yeah, I just need 50 cal ammo.
Don't they sell 50 cal in there?
I got like
Yeah,
a
but
50,
it's
like a 200% markup.
Oh.
Quite
It's
expensive.
$5,000 a round in there.
Round.
I used to buy it. Yeah, per round. Because you only get 10 bullets for 50,000.
Oh, it's rough.
Yeah. I don't need it. I have lots. I have like 100 rounds, but I try to keep my stock up. Oh yeah, we're
Do
still
you guys
waiting
want
for
to
Tom.
advertise before we go?
So he's coming for sure?
Is anyone coming? Is anybody else coming before we go in?
Tom is coming.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Tom needs a ride the trader. Or Tom needs a ride the base. It's not base. Jesus. Not a Bronco.
Why did somebody trash
That I
this
know of.
vest? Why did somebody trash this vest?
I didn't really need it. I don't really want to make anything from it, so
Okay, I'm gonna put it in my heli.
go ahead. You can have it.
What vest?
You know what's good? If I actually put this all the way up here, right? Like it makes more sense. Put it here, right? Okay, let me do that. Yeah. There we go.
How much do you have? Or like cash wise?
Like a 100K.
Oh, did you tell him we're waiting for him? Because I think he
I think he missed a ride.
I missed the train.
He
What
might
does
need
that
a
mean?
ride.
I can go get him. I don't mind going to get him.
Okay. Do you have a heli?
We got nothing but time.
I have a heli, but it's only got one seat.
Yeah, go get him. Oh, only have one seat? Okay. You want to
Yeah.
take my heli?
Well, it's a 2-seat.
Sure, let's all go.
Yeah, we can go. I'm not tripping.
Okay.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not worried. We can go.
Who wants to drive?
Not me.
Pork does.
No, I don't.
What are you talking about? You just said you want to fly.
I said I want to fly a heli that's my own.
What's wrong with flying this one? It's the same as your
Not
own.
mine.
It comes with the same windows. It's black.
No. It's different. It's
You got
different.
the
It doesn't
propellers
work.
and the skis. You won't
Not
wreck
the
it,
same.
bro.
Okay, so nobody
You
steal
can
my
fly
stuff.
mine after BM.
We can fly to Tisy then if you'd like.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. It was. Okay.
Actually, let's keep the door open. Just don't hold F, okay? Whatever you do.
God.
It's just cooler to look out,
Really,
look out
Joey?
the helicopter when you're in first
Really,
person.
Joey?
What's up, Cuppa?
That's funny. Don't get out.
No.
No, I just like to look out. I think the hoodlum helicopter, it opens up like barn doors from the back of the helicopter and they're all
Yeah, I
glass.
like that. That one's cool. That one's cool. Yeah, we were in there the other day, weren't we?
Right? And it's standing up in it? Whose was that? I can't remember. I stood up in it. I was able to shoot while he was flying. But then he threw me out of it too.
Did throw you out of it. Yeah, he did do that.
Whose heli was that though? I don't even remember now.
I don't either. So many trips ago.
Lots of people. Fun though, all these random adventures. Yeah, I just want to like throw smoke from a helicopter or something, you know?
Yeah.
Bit. That guy, an hour later, is still begging for food. That's unbelievable.
I don't know where Crabs is.
I don't know where Krabs is. He just made that up as far as I'm concerned. Krabs, where's Krabs? I don't feel like pulling out my I Survive map.
Okay. Okay, go get him.
What's that?
Yo.
Oh.
What up, man?
Let's go.
Do I only need one mask?
Yeah, I got sprays.
Oh, can you type and see if anybody else wants to go since we're here? We don't have to come back.
What the?
And then I have 3 guns.
How long till BM run? Where are you at, Squid? Oh, fuck.
I don't know if we want to.
His base is in.
Yeah.
His base is
Gonna
in
be a mission.
Rathmore.
Should we wait or not wait or what?
I'll go again after I hit Tisy, so I mean.
Okay, so go. Okay. We're leaving.
Yeah.
Why can't I see the black market?
Just set it to 290 degrees and just go straight. On your mini map, it's the number just to the left of the kilometers per hour. Right now it's, what is it, 270 something? Point it to 290. A little bit to the right. Yeah. 5.4 kilometers.
Yeah, boy!
Oh, look at that nice little house right there with that land.
Yeah, that's someone's base.
Yeah.
Hey, for some reason my marker's
Is
not
it
showing
yours?
me, so
How many
you guys
people
need
are
to
in
tell
your
me.
group?
Who's?
Peppa.
Yeah, my markers are all
Joy.
gone.
Oh, I'll call you
My
Joy.
markers are all gone for some reason.
It's because we're in a
Press
group and he
K.
doesn't let No, it's because we're
Set
in a
it to-
group. He may not have you promoted.
Get your heading to 290.
Am I okay?
You're to the right. Bank to the right just a little bit. Yeah, this road underneath us is pointing towards the gonna pop up in front of you in a second here. 1.6. I was just wondering if she was in a group or not because she's got a fucking $4 million heli.
I'll double check
And you're not
my
that
settings real quick
you're
before
not
we go.
that new, but you're
No. When you join someone else's group, if you're not a certain rank in the group, it won't show your markers anymore until you leave the group.
Oh yeah, you see my markers maybe.
You have to promote
You're
her
here
to a
though.
certain rank. Or what rank though?
I see.
Once she leaves the group though, it'll come back to normal.
Whoa, whoa! Oh no!
See, Pork, so
Yo, you're fine.
she messes up
Just-
like that, there's just a button that you can hold that is called the flight stabilization. If you go into key bindings and look all over the right to where RFFS is, it's the very last key bind at the bottom, and you set that to whatever space bar or something easy. And whenever you get the bind, you just hold that button and it'll level off the aircraft.
Okay, give me a second. I need to put this in. Okay, here we go.
It works
Perfectly normal.
Did anyone want the bear pelt specifically or no?
I don't know. I've never been here, so this is my first go.
Oh, no? Oh, okay. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of bears, a lot of wolves, and a lot of demon shit.
Yeah, we just
I'll probably die, but we'll see.
How do I
I
think I have to
got a
upgrade the
Morphe pen.
group again.
Yeah, you do. You need more money for it? I'm do it.
Oh yeah, 10 grand. From 3 to 4, upgrade. And then we go Tom. There you are, Tom. Invite Tom.
Yeah, buddy.
Alright, now we can see where we are at all times inside. We won't get lost. What do you weigh, Tom?
I'm waiting.
What do I
160,
weigh? I have no
170?
idea. Probably in real life, 200, 180. I don't know. I haven't weighed
just in
myself.
case. Just in case
Throw
Joy
me
has
over
to
your
put.
shoulder.
Yeah, just in case Joy has to carry you. I'm kidding. So I don't know. We'll just make haste to the archway, and until then, we'll just.
I might get
not
lost, so
stop.
look out for me. Look
Let's just
behind
go to the
you.
archway, and then we'll reconvene there.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! Oh shit! I don't got my mag on. Ah! There we go.
Oh, you can hear him.
Okay, holding the right wall. Oh, I'm lost. There we go.
Wait, I'm lost.
I'm lost too.
Just follow the name.
Yeah, go. We're going up. We're going up. We're going up. You guys are good. Up here. Alright. Same thing on the right wall. We gotta hurry up. Oh shit, there's a bear right here. Okay. Let's get to that archway going uphill. I need to bandage quick. I'm bandaging. Behind us.
What the hell's going on?
Well, we need to get to the archway fairly quickly.
Hold on, I'm bandaging.
Papa, where'd you go?
I'm right here with you guys. Right here.
He's here. Okay, so we got Tom. Papa, where's
He's up to the. He's out to the left here.
Okay. Pork, you good, bro? Pork's down? Oh, Pork's getting pelts. This is crazy. You guys are animals.
I gotta reload.
Alright, nobody's bleeding. Everybody's good. Fucking hell, man. I thought I was dead there. Whew.
That was that.
You guys saved me. Yeah, you guys saved me.
That was not good, chat.
You only brought one mag?
No, I have more than one, but I'm just like, you know, prepared.
If you pick up that codeine, Tom, are you able to feed it to me with my mask on or no?
No. I know. I'm trying to get myself some too, but it won't.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay.
Can't.
Oh. Thank you. Waiting for this bear to come around that corner. There it goes. Oh, he's in the wall.
Careful, because they might be able to hit through the wall.
Yeah, they can definitely jump. They're up. Yeah, as soon as we walk around to a certain angle, they'll come after us this way and they'll get out.
All right, hold on. Where's Porky? Okay, there he is.
Okay, let's go hang out at that broken wood pile up ahead. Shit. Here comes one.
Damn, I want that gun. What?
That's fun.
Don't
Don't
stand too close
jump
to
like
that wall.
hundreds of feet in the air.
Oh, behind.
Okay, should we get out here?
Not yet. So there's a wolf up on the top that's trying to jump over. This bear. Go stand by that sea can, Pork. Stand by the sea can. Somebody over there. Yeah, right there. Got him. Okay. Alright, we're good now.
How big are those pelts? Can we put one in our bags?
They are pretty, but the wolf pelts are small, but the bear pelts are fairly large. But they don't disappear if you wanted to go sell guns and come back. I could actually use some meat.
What the fuck, man?
I say, let's go, let's go.
That's like a clown. Where are you, Pork? There you go. There you go.
I believe I forgot the goddamn canister.
Yeah, it's all good. And then I got charcoal if you need it too.
Tom,
But we won't
you
be
ready?
too long.
We're all good.
Tom?
Got a teammate?
The bear's gonna come up the stairs.
Are we good here for a second? I want to load one of my mags.
Go ahead.
There is a safety spot up there. No, we won't.
Wolf behind,
Wolf behind us, wolf behind us.
Wolf behind.
Somebody's got an
Come up
infection.
the stairs.
Who's got an infection?
I think it's me. I'm sick.
Okay.
I got you.
Yeah, you need tetras. Oh, it's not me,
An
bro.
antidote.
It's Tom. It's Tom.
Well, so there you know. Here, I got Tetris too.
But he's got a mask on. It's not gonna work now.
Yeah, how do I do it
We
with
gotta
the
get out
mask
of here.
No, you should be fine. I mean, I don't think he'll die anytime soon, right?
No, we just gotta get out of here, and then you need 4 tetras to clear up what you got.
3.
I mean, my blood's up. What do you mean, I'll just randomly croak or no?
If it's radiation poisoning, you could pass out like on your own.
No, it's not radiation. It's a bandage, a dirty bandage, probably.
Yeah, I used a rag, and I didn't use a bandage. I used a rag.
Yeah.
I could do it too. You'll be fine then.
If there's you got a tincture or like the iodine, anybody? Because you can treat the wound with iodine
I
still.
have codeine, charcoal, and tetra.
Okay, yeah. You need a iodine to clear it up right now without taking your mask off.
How long can I keep my mask off before it affects me? Right away?
Right away, yeah. You get cut right away. If you have a pox antidote on you, you could shoot that, and you got like 20 seconds or something.
I think I have one on me. I haven't checked. So people go through this much trouble just to sell stuff?
Quite a bit.
I didn't bring anything with me. I'm just trying to see what it's. Oh, here's the vendors.
Oh yeah, that's where the gun's at. The gun's upstairs. I forgot.
Let's go to the gun first.
Gun's this way.
Usually get a few wolves coming from over there.
I gotta like run across the rocks, like.
Yeah, right there you kind of traverse.
This way to the guns.
And nobody's crafting, right? We're just selling.
I don't know. I just came to see what this place is.
This blue one here buys your gold bars and your weed.
Oh, I should have brought my weed. I didn't think of that.
Yeah, it'll only buy bread.
What did I just
And also,
pick up?
if you're looking, you got a clown behind you.
Oh, who's got a bandage? I want a bandage.
Bandages.
Thank you.
Yeah, so if your weed operation needs the bagger and the wrapper, you buy that here too. It's like
All
a
right,
shrink
so
wrapper
I
and
have an
automatic
antidote.
bagger.
So I could.
If you're
Yeah, so shoot yourself with it, take off your mask.
Then take
Eat
a
it, eat the
tetra.
tetra. I mean, I wouldn't even bother, boy. It's not gonna
I
kill
think
you.
I
You're,
should
where's
wait,
your
right?
health
Because
at?
it's
Where's your health at?
yellow half.
Yellow
Well,
half,
sorry, the
okay.
blood is at yellow half.
Hey, but your health is white?
My plus sign health is full.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So for your blood, to bring that up nice and quick, we could just give you one of these things. Here.
But
Just a
B
saline.
positive.
No, it's just a saline. It's going to hydrate you quickly, and then your blood pressure will build faster. Also, another thing we could give you, if you have an epinephrine pen, the yellow pens, that increases your heart rate, which increases your blood pressure.
No.
Here,
I got a blunt.
going back to the clothing.
Oh, thank you.
There. Got one.
But you said you wanted to buy
you'll be
clothing,
good in no
right?
time.
Yeah, me too, but wait for me to finish.
Yeah, I got you.
I haven't even started selling yet. But as long as nobody opens the door, you should be fine. You might get one or two randoms.
Yeah.
Like enemies. Fuck no, it's not a fucking...
Damn, what's all this shit in the fucking trash?
Or just like scopes and stuff that you can't really sell.
Yeah.
And like mags. You can see if any of the mags are yours.
Yeah, I use that AR-12, AR-10 a lot.
Go ahead and take it. I don't need it. Second. What should the wolf pelts go for?
No idea.
For
It's the first time I'm getting them.
4,500. 4,500.
Oh, I didn't know they were worth that much.
Yeah. Clean. Pristine.
Yeah, you could just use leather kits on them.
Yep.
Okay, I'm ready.
Coming, Joe.
It's like the best shirt to buy.
Okay, I'm done.
I don't know what shirt to buy. What's the best one?
If you have money, if you have enough money, buy the tactical, winter coat. Winter coat. It goes next to the boot slot, that armband slot. It's 95 or something K. I think the JCP is right here, right? Oh, here it is. 30K. I would buy it, but our friend's not coming to play with us, so, you know. You ready?
I'm ready. Yeah.
Didn't do anything. Hold on.
Yeah, just
Oh, it's that.
drag the mask to the combined side, not the swap side. Drag the mask from your face, there. And now you're refilling your mask that you're wearing.
Perfect. Okay,
Ready?
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Did you need anything from the clothing vendor? Oh.
No, I don't even know what's there. I don't even have money on me, so it doesn't matter.
You've got the belt already in the backpack and the vest. So you're good.
Yeah.
They might have a better vest there, but
Yeah, another time. I didn't
Yeah,
bring
for
money
sure.
either, so
okay. And you didn't sell a whole lot, did you?
I didn't sell anything.
Oh, okay. I thought we went here already, Tom, didn't we?
No, we planned to, but then I had to get off. Joey, you almost fell off, man.
Yeah. I wasn't
Oh, it's because of
expecting
these rocks. Never mind. Oh, shit. There we go. Parkour, parkour.
Yeah, watch your step here.
Wow, they really made this place.
Yay! I made it through BM! Chat! I made it! Oh my god. Oh my god. I did it! Well, not by myself, but... That first one was confusing. We got lost. Yeah, we all got lost.
Make sure you get eating that Tetris when we're out of here.
Oh god. Okay. Yes, made it. Thanks
Oh,
for the
I want this
ride.
truck.
that was good. Kind of. We got
It
lost
was
at
fun.
the beginning.
It was fun. Yeah, it was rough at first, but it's fun. It was fun.
No, that was cool shit.
Is this yours, Pork?
Fuck yeah.
This is your truck?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Big Betty right here.
Ah.
Very nice vehicle though. It works.
I like that
very
truck.
well.
How much was that?
Like 200K. Not that much.
Oh, really? What's the name of it? Oh, Zill? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's worth it for what it
When you
is.
take one and wait for the pill to disappear by your hydration before you take another.
You know, I couldn't sell
And
this
4
private
should
jacket.
cure you.
Right?
If you have
Did I try
iodine,
to
or
sell it,
you can
Jack?
buy iodine at Trader.
I'm trying to remember.
You can treat the
think I
wound and
did.
it'll stop it too.
I thought I did. I'll try again next time.
Yeah, iodine is super helpful because you can like disinfect rags if you're planning on using rags for bandages. You can use the iodine to disinfect the rags.
Gee, I thought as long as it was pristine, you were good, but I guess not.
No.
Well, I had 2 bandages, and then one of them got ruined, and I used the other one. So.
Here, this one should last you.
Holy
Okay.
shit! Thank you. Yeah, I went out searching trying to find him, but I hadn't really luck yet.
Yeah, you just want to go to the hospitals and kill all the paramedic zombies. You'll get enough.
Alright, so who wants to come to Tisy? Who wants to go to Tisy?
I do, but
I
I
definitely want to
have
load
to.
up again.
I have to go to Trader first.
Let me see. Well,
What if
well,
I
we
meet
could
you guys at
you
Trader?
could sell you.
Or I mean, we're already in
Well,
a group.
you can Well, you can just pull your vehicle out and just store everything in there for now. That's what I'm gonna do.
Oh, here you mean?
Yeah,
I have to
Tom's gonna
store
need a ride back. But you don't have access
Yeah.
to your vehicle here.
No, I thought you did, but I don't. No.
You don't? Why
No,
not?
I can hop a ride with you.
So we need to go to Trader anyways, huh?
Oh, is it because of a group thing or? No?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one's not linked to anywhere else.
I'm gonna go put my money away.
I just know
Just
this.
Hey, Chad, let's put our money away. Those guys are crazy. What is that right there? I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
Is this where you parked? Because I met you
I
here,
parked over down there.
and you can't access it?
Can access.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it should be accessible here. Dude. Yeah.
It's here.
This is a black market parking zone only. That's why.
Yeah.
What? It lets me pull it out wherever.
$400 to go.
What are you trying to get?
I was gonna buy that 350Z before I ran out of time. Fun to drive.
When is restart? Have they put a date on it? I think it's right
No.
after once it's updated, right?
What are
The
we
game?
doing?
Yeah.
Going to Trader?
Going to
Trader.
Tisy.
Going to Trader.
Trader
And
Trader
then
first, then
Tisy
Tisy.
Run.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, alright, that works. Then I can sell these pelts, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go do. We got a leather sewing kit. You can change them all to pristine too.
Hold on,
Wolf
there's
wolf.
a zombie coming. Oh shit!
There's an ice wolf too. What the fuck?
Wild.
Okay, I'm gonna take my red key.
Hold on, let me hop out and take another pill since it just went away.
Yeah, staying on top of it's your best chance of getting rid of it.
Okay. Hey, I'll be right back. Give me
Where'd it all go?
like 30
All through the
seconds.
drawer? Okay.
Hey, Chad, I'll be right back.
You what?
Airbags. What you said.
Oh.
Need to buy 408 tech tech rounds. My bad.
Need to buy them?
Yeah, you have to buy them in the
Find
black
all kinds.
markets.
Look, I just sold 40 or 60 of them.
Okay.
Thanks for letting me know.
Well, come on now, be fair. You didn't say nothing.
Hold on, I'm coming in.
I know. I didn't have the. I just had the mags for them, and now I do. I didn't have the mag for the gun, but now I do.
Oh, I just left that door open. I was thinking I was.
So what?
I'm trying to
you...
close the passenger side door.
Does it let you?
But I thought that's where I was sitting when I'm in the back.
You'll fuck around and accidentally jump out.
yeah. You double tap F while it lags out like that, and it'll think you held it.
Yeah,
oh,
it's just
fuck
dangerous,
that,
bro.
What, because of desync? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I fucking yeeted myself out of the buggy a few times. Because it's so laggy, you freeze, and you, like, yeah. Rolling down the road with 3 or 4 cuts.
What did you say you use on the pelts to make pristine?
Oh, leather sewing kit.
We might have one of those.
I always find them. I have them if you need it.
Well, I could always,
them on
I
top
could
of
always
each
just.
other.
Yeah, yep. Your face is like a calf in this seat. That's fucking hilarious. No, I'm just gonna put them in my truck until I find one. I don't care.
Alright, I mean, I have one. That's if you need it.
I'm gonna contaminate you with my sickness.
I'll just double tap F, don't worry.
Unless you're getting pus all over us.
That would be fucking hilarious if my guy sneezed and we're stuck in here, I mean.
That happened. Remember, Joey, while we were in the other helicopter
yep.
and I was sick? I got everyone sick.
Yep.
This game got physics like that.
You have people at Trader that go to touch the ATM sick, the next person that touches it gets sick.
Watch, I can pull out my truck here. Watch, I'll show you.
Have you ever donated or anything? Because I know there's like a premium membership or some shit.
It doesn't do anything for you. I've donated,
No.
you don't get a thing. No, you get a yellow name in Discord, that's it.
Dude, I've recently...
A piss yellow name.
I do it just because I actually like the server quite a bit.
Yeah, that's why I did it.
Instead of having to go down all these bullshit stairs.
Yeah, I want wheelchair access, bitch.
Elevator, man.
I guarantee you that shit works.
Yeah, I want to see. If it works for you, then...
It doesn't work.
I saw you walk away.
Let's put this stuff inside our Lamborghini. Pink Lamborghini.
Sorry, I was waiting for you.
Yo, that's fucking funny, man. They're lying.
Chad, I'm so sad our friend is not gonna come and play with us again.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, man. Why did that sound like a RuneScape song or some shit?
I forgot. I think it might be Pokemon. Quote me on that. So these spells are quick.
Oh, I took the wrong pills. Shit.
Let's see. Let me put that away. So, regular guns. Nothing else. Oh, somebody throwing these away? Yeah, these are worth money. Okay, we'll give them a can of food for exchange of these. What else? Okay, I put these in the car. I'm going to Tisy, so I'm going to use my key. Yeah. And... the money and put these two. Put these two guns back. Is that it? Okay. Store that.
Okay, okay.
You ever heard of that before?
It's in the summertime.
That
though.
guy Rook is making the same thing I do. I am because I need a 40V battery also.
Why not just take the pan off and why not just put scenic on the fire?
I'm cooking my fat real quick. Oh shit, man. Fuck turtle meat.
Oh my god, he's selling it for 10K? Yeah, I'll buy that for 10K. Damn it.
It works. That's an actual fire. You gotta go to the other one.
I had a
This one over
feeling
here
that one
counts.
was cosmetic.
Yeah, that one's cosmetic
pretty
for sure.
nice.
This one right here, though, is like an actual one.
What the hell? Where did I get a crayfish?
Could have gave it to you.
Maybe. I don't know, unless these clothes are meant to be drenched, like that's how they stay. I don't know.
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure this acts like an actual fire. It just takes a while for it to dry out.
Yeah, I know. Just these have been drenched for a while.
I need 3. But I gotta wait for that guy to come with the battery. See, okay, so I was trying to make.
I think your shit might.
It is what it is.
I'm
whatever.
trying to craft.
Oh, you know what? I gotta load my mags while I'm here.
I want to craft this. And what was it? Oh, here it is. The key card. So I need
I should buy
2 of
another
these,
stack
2 of
of ammo
this.
real quick.
So I got that one. I could buy that one. I have that one. So I need another flux.
I know. I was
think
just thinking
20
that
means
that'll
2.
load it for you, right?
I have 2 of these.
Yeah, I
I
will.
need 1 more of those.
What I would do.
I need 1 more. Okay, let's go get the money so when he comes, we have it ready.
Alright, you can use this one.
Okay.
Oh yeah, or you use that right there.
Yeah, you use that mag loader. Ask it.
Do I put
Wait,
the
so what
ammo
did you
in the bottom
Oh,
slot?
okay, here it is.
Yeah, bullets in the bottom and the mags up top. And then drop it on the ground.
Thank you.
And
I think the other guy's buying that one,
roll
right?
till it says load.
Military battery? Which one is it?
I just need one. I just need one. Let's.
A military
I mean,
battery.
I could buy another one.
The yellow one?
Oh,
I
he's
could buy
buying
it.
it.
I just
Okay,
need
he's buying that one. Okay, thank you.
Oh, that one? No, I don't need that big ass one. I need the military battery one.
Oh, you bought an extra one. Okay, I could buy that extra one too if you want me to. Yes?
No, you sure, man?
Okay.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, I have quite a few of them.
There you go. Thank you. Let's go put our battery away. We got 2 now. So I need to take that home, so I'm going to put it in this car. I wonder if I should take this backpack with me. I can, just in case. Four cars, right, chat? 4 cars stored. Okay. Yeah, I need to get another backpack instead of this one, because I'm scared. I don't want to lose this one.
All right, I'm ready whenever you guys are. I'm gonna go outside.
Yeah, I'm ready. How about you, Kappa? You done at Trader yet?
Yeah, which side is, let's see, closer to Tisy?
Well, if we go to Tisy, or yeah, we gotta go back to BM for my bird.
Oh.
Nades is probably closer.
Wait, you want us to go back to BM?
Fuck my wife.
If we can go back to BM first before Tisy, I wouldn't mind, because my bird's there.
Okay, okay. We could do that.
Okay, thanks.
It's
Did we park at the top? Yeah, we parked at the top. We're pushing about that there.
why can't I see? Yeah, yeah.
Oh, saucy.
Oh! Did anyone see that?
How bad?
Fucking spawn the helicopter on top of me. Front row seat, baby. Let's go.
First one to die.
Really
Hey,
chasing.
I'll jump
This
it
is
before.
cool.
If I see us going right for a mountain, dude, I'm jumping. I got my parachute ready.
Beautiful.
I believe I can fly. Did you turn traction control on?
Track control.
Do it now.
Yeah.
Fucking raining.
We going to black market again?
He has to get some stuff in his vehicle.
Oh, okay. Oh, we're about to land at the
No, she got it.
Still alive.
I believe I could fly. I just ordered RAM and my landlord threw my package up the stairs.
I'm stuck.
Yeah. I'm like, you know this is like $90 worth of RAM. And it's fragile. I'm sure it's fine.
I told her, how much dedicated wham is it? Oh, this fucking thing's dope.
Whoa,
Yeah,
dude,
it's
that
I
thing
love
must
that
be
little
doing some
bird.
This shit's fucking cool.
Should we meet you there?
It's only 2.5. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I usually park on top of the red garages, but wherever's fine.
Red garage.
Let me get in this one.
I park
Yeah, the
outside.
red key garages. Oh, like the east side of the main gate, where the blue rooms are.
Yeah,
Yo, Joey, I wouldn't fire that thing
are.
up yet.
Yeah, where the blue are.
Where's that? Oh yeah.
Your rotors are gonna get hurt.
Or lower
Can you
that.
imagine?
We're good.
On the road again.
Where'd they go? Where did they go?
Oh, nice. We're here.
Who_8_man_1 just followed.
Let's go over here.
Shed didn't have shit in it. Lucky in yours, mine only had one fucking box. Oh, what? You can climb? I didn't know that. Hold on, let me go check.
Pork? When you're done, can you come over here? I'm bugged. If you could open this for me.
Poppin'?
Bro, I got it. I got it. Did you get yours?
Sure. Yeah, I didn't know there was one up there. That threw me off.
Okay.
I thought my crater only had one fucking box in it. I was mad. No.
Did you
it's
check
not.
for guns too?
Yeah, I didn't have any.
Where's the other guys?
There.
These are checked already. You think we should wait for them? Or? You think we should wait for them? I guess not. I guess they're so used to playing by themselves, you know.
Bear.
I gotta reload first, Pork. You okay now?
Trying to run to the goddamn fucking what's it called? There's a fucking crate over here. I missed it.
You just cut that one. Are you bleeding?
Oh no, I'm fine now.
What the hell? Somebody left the blood in there. What is he doing? Oh my god, did they loot all this already?
You good?
Pork, another bear! Did you hear me? There's another bear somewhere here.
See him. You might be going for Tom.
Oh, damn. Tell Tom, huh?
Nope, I see him. Here he comes.
Okay.
Here we go. Shit.
Do you see him?
I know. Here's his ass though. And they can't hit you up here. Any special bear pelt? I don't have special bear. I have black bear.
I'll cut it.
You can have them. Yeah, you can have them. I like to keep mine in collections, you know? That's
Ready?
this whole area.
Let's go up.
Yeah, yeah.
Usually like pork for some reason.
Black bear.
Hey, don't move, Torch.
Yeah, 3 of them spawned out of nowhere.
Oh,
Couldn't move, dude. I was like pinned.
Tom's bleeding. Yeah, nobody's bleeding.
Thank you. Yeah, I was fucking pinned, dude. I couldn't do nothing. I was stuck up against this fucking thing right here. I couldn't move.
Yeah.
Or maybe
Yeah,
it was in front of. Oh, this is a golden one, radiated.
Radiated. Not as much.
Are you guys cutting it? Want me to cut it for you?
I don't want the, or you want the, Tom, you take the special bears. I don't need them. I already got a bunch of black hair.
Where's pork at?
Right behind me. Behind you.
What is? Okay, that's why.
Find anything good up there?
Nothing up top. I think somebody was here already. There you go, Tom. Just want to steal some of the meat.
Got some of the meat already. Fucking need to cook it.
There you go, Tom, if you need some food.
Tom, are you full?
I'm good on food, thank you. Can I hold this inside the helicopter?
Yeah. Oh, they
we got
again.
more. Oh shit, man! I'm moving out of here.
Go climb on top of the green. We got more bears.
Where?
He just spawned. I heard him. You can climb on those green. Those green.
There's a sea can right here in front of us.
Yeah, you can climb the canisters and they won't be able to hit you.
Make sure the doors are closed or they can go inside and then attack you from the top.
Here it comes.
There it comes.
He's coming.
Uh-oh.
He's coming. Climb it.
Joey, get up.
Oh my god. Get to take my legs off.
Here comes some more.
Oh, Joey, you get them then.
They're down. He's over there. He's stuck.
Tom go. Well, Tom dipped the fuck
He's
out.
right there.
Tom
Behind us.
Tom said, fuck this shit.
Tom, get back here.
Up in the bushes.
He's coming.
There he goes.
That's why he's coming. Just gonna one-shot him. I'll just fucking let you take care of that.
If you hit him close enough to the nose.
Oh, Joey's gonna go get him? You go, Joey.
Yes, there's another one.
Okay.
Special black.
Damn, I hear him. He's loud.
A couple. There's a couple. Run, Joey, run! See this one.
And then it was quiet.
I'm full. Are you guys full? Should we get out of here?
Alright, maybe that's all
Let's
of
get
them.
out here.
Yeah.
Next
Get going.
military base, I guess. I only got a couple guns.
Fuck, they spawned again.
There's more.
You gotta close that.
Fuck was he? You got him already?
Oh, I'm just drawing them in.
You guys heard it from? I heard it from Southwest.
Yeah, I heard
Yeah,
from Southwest as well. South.
You need to no suppressor shoot to pull them in. Here they come.
Multiple.
Oh, Tom's all excited.
The green one, I think, is ruined.
Yeah, I shot him in the butt.
Alright, I got 5 regular bear and 1 special. Looks like we got the little good spawning point right here for them, but we can get another military base if we want to get weapons.
Yeah, I just want to grab some more snipers. I only found 2.
I found a what is? Hold on. I found a Mar 10. I don't know if that's good.
Yeah, you want Mark 10s, you want Barrett MRADs, Seiko M10s, like
Kevlar MK3.
Yeah, stuff like that. Osiris.
SV98, M24A3. Oh, that's a nice gun. MK3, MR10.
The SV is
oh, we got more.
They spawned again.
I want to go back to Trader and sell this crap.
Look at Joey. He's like, bring it, motherfuckers.
Well, I know I got the one shot. I'm okay.
What gun is that, Joey?
What gun is that?
It's the Barrett M82.
Okay.
Southwest. Same.
Is
That
it
must be their
50 cal?
spawn spot.
50 cal, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, here they go. West. West.
I think this is
Southwest.
like the,
Again,
I think if we stay right here, they'll just keep spawning, huh?
We gonna eat, bro. We gonna eat.
I know, we gonna eat good.
Dude, feed an army right now.
Oh, more. It's just constant.
You just sit right here and they just spawn non-stop, huh?
Guess that's a new thing. I don't know.
Keep that shit gatekeep.
Oh, over here this time. Two separate spawns. Oh fuck, he's flying over here. Holy fuck. New group, fur traders.
Yeah, for real.
Fucking can't even skin him fast enough.
Yeah.
You just throwing them away at this point?
Well, that was ruined. It was ruined.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
I have a stack of damaged.
That's a cool looking knife, Kappa. Neochrome. This is ridiculous.
I want to get 2 more special ones. Tom, you better back the
right
fuck
on
up,
us,
bro.
Right on us. On our 6. Coming. Get up. Get up. Get up.
In the air,
Fire, bro.
What?
I shot him in the butt too. Sorry.
Did you see how he went in the air?
Yeah. That's wild. They spawned right on us. That was like 40 yards. Not even 40 yards.
The green one over here if you want it.
They're all like damaged and ruined.
Mine are, I'm
sorry,
getting
I'm
like
a terrible
fucking.
shot.
I'm getting like worn and I'm getting worn and like damaged, but not ruined.
This gold one here and these guys, I shot him in the bum by accident. Who's
I need to
looking
make
at you?
room so I can carry some of this.
Carry all these fuckers.
Well, I just have 3 special bear pelts damaged.
Gonna be a good day at the trader.
I wonder if I can get a few more of these stacked then.
Only if they're the same kind.
Fuck, this is like a BM run and just meat.
Oh yeah, because you can sell the meat too, can't you? Isn't it worth money?
Yeah, yeah.
Forgot about that. So buy another knife.
We have to stop at trader before we go to the next military base.
I need to go to
Yeah.
With meat. Yeah.
Say we head back to the helis.
Yeah. Or we just sit here and wait for more bears until everybody's
there's 4 pieces of meat right here if
just
anybody.
tipping.
I don't have any more room. I don't have any more room. Do you guys have room?
Yeah, I'm
Just
getting
take it
real
all.
low with this beef. I forgot how we can sell the meat.
I hear something, I think. Bears? No, we're not.
I think we're good.
Are you grabbing these two, or can you? No?
Yeah, I just have to put them in my hands.
I can grab them. Or no, you take them. You take them. Yeah, let's get going.
Let's get out of here.
Someone lead the way.
Wait, which way is the... Okay.
Yeah, I don't know where it's at.
I know it's this way.
Directly this way, kinda this way.
No.
Gap in this. Here we go.
Joey, you protect us because we're forced. My hand's
I
full.
got you guys too. Don't worry.
I guess I should have a gun in my hands then, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
There we go.
I don't think he's on us. Watch him.
That was some cool shit.
Crazy, right? Huh?
Yeah, it's fun. That's funny because I went to Northwest and no bears spawned for me. I saw people fighting bears, but they didn't never spawn for me. And I was there for like an hour and a half.
Oh, huh. You got lucky then, right?
Yeah.
Kinda, if you're by yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, I was, and I didn't have an automatic gun, so that was like a week or so. All I had was my pistol and I don't know something. I don't remember what I had for my other gun.
Tom, are you from the U.S.?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where do the bears pelts they sell at Black Trader, right?
No, you know where fishing is? Where you buy the hooks
Yeah.
and yeah, right there. Regular
Okay.
trader.
Oh, you saw him right at trader. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
My backpack got ruined
No!
when I got knocked out by that bear. I got pinned up against the barbed wire and the bear killed me. Whoa, there's a lot of zombies down there. There's a horde down there.
That's one of the macro on him.
You could see right through it, the trader,
Yeah,
when
that
you
was
first come
a lot
in.
of zombies.
$42,000?
22,000. That's pretty good for just some meat, some slabs of meat, and I got $5,000 in fat.
14,000 for the fucking beef ribs I had.
Oh, you sold it as a whole?
Yeah.
Oh.
Not that you
Yeah,
don't
how
sell
much?
it as big beef. You just sell it as a big rib.
Really?
I think they're like 1,700 each.
Well, I cut up the meat, so I got all slabs of meat. I'm pretty sure you can carry more like that too, can you?
Why can't I
Yeah,
sell
'cause
this
you
one in
only
my
get
hand?
4. You
Oh,
only
it's
get
because it's
4
in your
heavy
hand.
meals.
Well, that's stupid.
I think I'm gonna call it here. Chat. We've been streaming for 8 hours. That's good. Because I haven't streamed in a while. So that makes up for it, you know? I think I'm gonna, what is it, log off and then come back and reorganize everything later. Yeah. Do you have any regular guns to sell?
Alright. I need to figure out a backpack here in a second.
Take it off. You can still store stuff in there. As long as you don't take it off. have to keep reminding yourself, like, don't take it off.
Let's see. Chat. Wait. Is that direct? Global group. I need group. Group. Okay. Oh, okay. My time ran out. Okay. I'll fix that when I come back. Okay, chat. I'm gonna call it. And then I'll come back like a few hours from now, and
Good enough for my meat.
I'll sort everything out later.
My meat don't fit.
You got some fat?
I got 3 boys.
I thought I
over there.
did.
Bottom
Hold on.
before.
Okay,
Actually,
chat.
hold on. You can put another steak in here. I'll just move these down like this.
I'm gonna go like this. Let me do my goodbye for you guys. Screen. Thanks, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate all of you. Sorry I'm not streaming as much. Kool-Aid, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. I think we were doing bears when you followed. So I didn't look over because there were so many bears. Thanks again for the follow. I appreciate that. Justin, thanks for the subscription for 6 months. You are always amazing. I'll talk to you guys soon, okay? Bye.